say that so whatever is at the end of the paper is called references, list of reference. And when we use this list of papers from this list of reference to substantiate our result, we will insert them at the appropriate places, like here. I hope you can see. So, for example, this is paper 4, which is written by DJ Thompson. Let us call that this paper 4 is paper C. Okay, some paper C. So it's titled Observation of Paramagnetic Meso Reflecting Niobium Dust. So this paper R has used paper C to substantiate their results. So we tell that the paper R contains a reference to paper C. And when this paper R uses the paper C to explain the result, they are inserting here, right? So that is called, what we call citing the paper C. And then we call that paper C has a citation from paper R. I hope you understand what is the difference between citation and references. Okay. So if a paper R contains a bibliographic footnote using and describing a paper C, then R contains a reference to paper C and C has a citation from paper R. So what are references? The number of references a paper has is measured by the number of items in its bibliography as endnote or footnote. And where can you find the citations? The number of citations a paper has is found by looking it up in some citation databases, citation index, and seeing how many papers have mentioned it. So we'll go much into it. So now when we acknowledge this older papers, that is called citing the paper, right? Now how to cite this paper or how to reference a paper? So for that we have reference managers. Can you name some of the reference managers that you already know? Okay, so we'll see them now. So these reference managers to help manage all the research articles and studies that scientists swift through daily, there are citation managers that help us to organize the papers. So originally these reference managers were used for formatting, but now we can even use it for organizing the papers. And some of the reference managers you already have mentioned, like EndNote, Mendeley, Zotero, RefWorks, etc. So we have to choose. We can choose any of these based on our need. Everything has some plus and minus. So it's better that you explore all of these and choose according to your need, which one you feel comfortable. Okay, so let us have a quick summary of all these comparison between these references. So basically, I think all at least the basic free version is available for all of them, except EndNote, which we have to pay for the desktop version. Then you can see the storage. So each has, then they allow to detect the duplicates, journal abbreviations. We can cite use for importing the citation. So actually you have to explore each of these and choose which one is suitable for you. So I have been using Mendeley for a while now, maybe 6 years, and I feel very comfortable using it. So I will be talking about Mendeley today. I will just demonstrate how to use Mendeley. And if you have any additional points, you can also add to it if anybody has already used it. Okay, because I'm also exploring it. So basically, Mendeley is a free referencing manager and social network that helps you to organize research, collaborate online, and discover new research. So it's a reference manager software found in 2017 by three PhD scholars named Paul Faulkner, Victor Henning, and Jane Rachel, and later it was acquired by Elsevier in 2013. So the company is named Mendeley after two scientists, a biologist Gregor Mendel and chemist Mendeleev. So I will go to this. So how many of you already are using Mendeley? Okay, I think it's more than around 50% of the. Okay, so to download the Mendeley, if you go to mendeley.com, you have to click here download. Then you will have the options to download for different operating systems like Windows or Mac or Linux. So according to your operating system, you can download the file. And also if you are writing using Word, MS Word, then you need the citation add-in. So you have to download it here, or you can even get it in the desktop version. So once you download this link, download the desktop version from here. Actually, you can access the Menley from web version and also desktop version. But if you want to cite, you should have a desktop version. So you download the desktop version. So I have already downloaded the desktop version, and this is my Menley file. So I have some around 1,700 papers in that. I have organized them into, here you can see there are folders. There are some built-in folders like all documents, recently added, recently read, favorites, needs to review, my publication, unsorted, etc. And we can also create our folders to organize our paper topic wise, subtopic wise, etc. So to create a folder, here you can see, if after you download your desktop version, you can see in that you can create a folder here. Say if I want to create some folder, I can show you something, you can, some topic you can tell. Okay, then okay, I'll make a folder on superconductivity, which was my field. So for an example, so if I enter, I have a folder named superconductivity here. I hope it's visible to all of you. So now I can go to this folder. It's empty now. There is no paper inside. So how to import your papers into it so that you can organize them? There are multiple ways of doing it. Either if you have the papers in your local your PC, then you can drag and drop from there. Or if you have a paper and you have the link to the paper, a DOI to the paper, you can add entry manually here. You can paste the DOI here and search. Okay, so okay, we can go to the Google and search something on. So let me take some DOI from some. Okay, if I want to have this paper in my Menley, I'll copy the DOI and I can paste it here. And I can look up for that. So it will give all the details about the paper. And then I can save it. So it will get saved here. That is one way. Otherwise, I can download this paper in my local folder somewhere, and then I can just drag and drop it. Or else I can, if I have a folder in my PC and whenever I'm adding a paper into it, I want it to be updated in my Menley folder. That is also possible. I have to go to the file, and there is something called watch folder, the third option there. If you go to the watch folder, I can select which folder I want it to be watching, so that whenever I'm updating a paper, whenever I'm downloading a paper from internet, some database into my folder, automatically it will get updated in the Menley folder. So that is also possible. So there are multiple ways of organizing your importing your papers into it, and you have to organize it properly by making folders and subfolders, because we'll be dealing with so many papers, and it will be very difficult at the end of the day if you do not organize the literature. So it's very important that you organize it. So first thing is organizing. The second part will be handling. For instance, if I have a paper, what and all I can do with it? I can read the paper from here, and I can highlight. There is an option called highlight. I can, whenever I'm reading, I can highlight some content, and I can use different colors to highlight based on different. If I'm first I highlighting something on some results or some methodology, I can use different colors so that I can understand quickly where what it is. And so that is possible. I can highlight, and I can take notes also. There is an option here, third option in the top. So if you click that, so if I want to add a note here, I can just add something here. So that will save there. So that is also possible. So you can read the paper, you can highlight, you can annotate, and if you want to look up for some word, if you don't know the meaning of some word, you can go to select, you can, or you can right click also. You can right click, then there is copy option. You can go and copy it and then search for it. So that option is also there. Then another thing that you can do is, if I have a folder, say I have a folder named proximity, that is related to my work actually, proximity effect. So I have some, you say, 195 documents inside this, and I want to search, suddenly I want to like I remembered some paper and I wanted to search that paper. It's very difficult to locate in this 195 papers where is my paper of interest. So I can filter, use filter. There are all I can filter by either author keywords or by author's name. So there will be author's name. If I remember the author's name, I can just go to like if it is Anderson, then whatever results related to that author will come up within this folder. So I can have filter for other keywords or authors or tag or publication. Like if I know in which journal, if I remember in which journal was that reference, I can quickly go to that reference. Or I can even search by keywords, other keywords. Then I can here in search button, I can like type whatever keyword. So whenever that keyword is there in some paper, they will quickly go show me that paper. So in that way, you can have filtered searching. Another thing is that to find duplicate. Sometimes it happens that you would have downloaded one paper today, and after maybe next year again you may download. You may not remember that you have downloaded it. So there may be duplicates of that paper. So you can even if duplicates are there, you can check for duplicates under the tools option. You can check for duplicates. I have so many duplicates. That's so you can clear that. Then another thing is literature search. So that is possible in the web version. So I will open my web version and show you. Um, so whatever you are doing in the desktop, you have to sync so that the same thing get updated in the web version. And this web version you can open anywhere. It's like your Gmail. You can, with your username and password, you can log in anywhere and use, right? So like that, this mainly also you're free to use anywhere. So that is like a portable thing in any device, even in your smartphone, you can access it. So now you can see I have synced and I will have the uh, it's not synced. Okay, this folder superconductivity just now I created, right? So that has been synced with my web version and now it is there here. And I have added one paper there right now. So that is also there here. So now how to do the searching thing. So literature search, it's like it also act as a database. So I can go to the Mendeley thing and here there's a search option, or I can here search. So if I want to find some papers on, do the literature survey on some topic, I can type here. So maybe superconductivity, if I want to find something on superconductivity. So I have all the papers and their details, like where it was published, how many citations that paper has, how many people have read it, how many readers are there, and the abstract. And if so, whatever is available here, I can directly add these papers to my Mendeley. That is view, if view in library or add to library. So I can directly from here import to my library. So it's a database from where you can directly add to your library. If I click add to library, this paper now I can see in my library. If I go to my library, see this paper just now I added 1021. Now I have just added it. Now if I want to put it into the some folder, say this was a folder which I created right now, right? Yes. So I can just drag this from here and I can drop it here also. So that is also possible. Like it can act as a database. I can search literature here itself. So another thing that you can do is you can write while you're cite while you're writing. So if you are using a Word file, um, when you're writing a paper, say I'm writing something and I need to cite first paper. So how will you cite? So once you have your citation add-in installed, if you have not done that, you can go to the desktop version, and in tools there is something I have already installed. That's why it's showing uninstalled. Otherwise, if you have not installed, it will show install MS Word plugin. So if you click that, it will automatically install the Word plugin for the Menley. So only if you do that, you will be able to use Word and Menley to cite your papers. So I will show if I want to insert a paper here. Uh, you can see there is an option references. Once you have the add-in, in the references there will be the Menley Cite-O-Matic thing, and you can go to insert citation, and if I know the author's name or something like year, or I can directly type here and search. Otherwise I can go to the Menley and I can select that paper. Say I will select whatever I've added now. So I will cite this. To cite this, click on cite. Now it has come here, first citation. Now to add the bibliography, so just click on insert bibliography. So that will insert the bibliography. So if I want to add another paper, maybe paper 2, I can do the same thing. I'll insert another paper, maybe this one. Yeah. Now, what happens is many times after when you're writing, the process of writing, after multiple corrections, or sometimes you will have to rearrange the paragraphs or sentences. So in this case, it's just two references. It may be easy, but when you have usually journal paper may have some 30 to 40 references, isn't it? And if it is a review article, it may have more than that, 100. And what if it is a thesis? Some hundreds, like some 200 to 300, at least 200. So it's very difficult to organize and handle these references. So if I want now this paper 2 to come, if I want to rearrange the sentences, or so I can, if I just rearrange, what will happen is, and just click on refresh, it will automatically update the order in which it occurs. And if I want to, many times what happens is when we submit in some journal, sometimes it get rejected, and then we have next step will be we have to incorporate the whatever loopholes they have suggested, modify your manuscript and submit to some other journal, right? So again we have to change the formatting referencing style based on that particular new journal. So it will be hectic if we have to do it manually. So we have this styles here. So they already give some styles installed. You can select among them. Otherwise, you can go to more style, and then if you can check if whether it is installed or not. If it is not installed, say I have not installed one called applied sciences. I have not installed the style, so it's not shown here. So I can go to get more styles. So it's there, so I can install it. So once I have installed, it's showing installed, then I can come to the install. It's now it appears in the install, and I can just use this style. So now it has used this, and click done. So now the style that I'm using is the applied sciences style. So like that I can change according to the journal which I want. So this is the referencing and citation part of the Menley. Then another one more thing that you can do is you can create group. So this under this group thing, you can create a group. You can create maybe some ABC group, and you can send invitation to people whom you want to be in the group. So you can send add their email IDs here. So one mail will go to those email IDs, so they can, it is like a group where you can share some PDF, some paper. You can highlight, you can take notes, annotate everything, and you can have discussions in that group. So that is also possible in this Menley version. So that's about Menley. Um, So now you know how to organize your literature, how to cite using the Menley, and how to search within the Menley, right? Now let us see what are data citation databases. So basically, citation databases is a collection of all these papers, bibliographic contents. So it compiles the citations in the reference list of a scholarly publication. Not only does it have these papers, but also they have the information about each publication, like who are the authors, what is the journal name, the article title, abstract, etc. And also they enable one to find newer papers that reference a paper or author you already know about. But why do you need that? Why do you need the information about the newer papers that have been citing a particular paper or an author? Yeah, we have to be updated, right? So this is required to find new papers on the topic, to trace how an idea has been confirmed, has been applied, extended, or corrected in later publications, to see which other researchers are citing your work or the work of your interest, and find citation, and sometimes for job applications and all, or evaluation of like your career or something. So you need to list the number of citations and all. So for that also you need the metrics report you need to submit. So in that case also you may need this. But what if all these references are not arranged properly? It will be difficult to access them, right? So we need a systematic, we need them to be arranged systematically. So that is what is called citation indexing. So indexing is the intellectual transactions by listing both the cited and the citing works. And it was introduced by Dr. Eugene Garfield of Institute of Scientific Information, Web of Sciences in 1950, and it makes a link between the books, articles that were written in the past and articles that make reference to these older publications. And it allows to trace the use of an idea forward to others who have used it. It's also used for information retrieval. Whenever we need some information, it's very helpful if it is indexed. Even a book, when you're reading, if you don't have an index, it's very difficult to get an information, right? You have to go page by page. But what if it is indexed? It makes the life easier, right? Search easier. So this is used for information retrieval, which helps for identifying the relevant research paper independent of language, title word, or other keyword. So, what is the importance of this journal index for researchers? It's useful in literature stage and at the journal selection stage. At literature search, at the initial literature search, it's important so that you find the appropriate information, you get the appropriate information easily. And at the journal selection stage, also you want to select in which journal you want to publish. So there also it will be helpful. And for journals and publishers, why this is important to be getting indexed, because if a journal is getting indexed in a database, it shows some quality for that journal. So now UGC also tells that for your PhD it's required that you have two publications, right? Two publications which are in indexed in either Web of Science or Scopus or some database like that. So why they are telling this, that it is mandatory that it should be indexed in some of the databases? Because that ensures that there is some quality to that paper, to that journal, those journals. So index journals are reliable sources of high quality research. They can be used for efficient literature search, and for choosing to publish you can choose those journals which are indexed in some citation databases. And that if it is indexed in some database, it shows that it is of high quality and it increases the visibility of your work. So that is required to, so that you get some citations also. So you need some career enhancement also, right? So let us see some of the major citation. There are several citation databases. Let us look some of these. So there are citation databases like Web of Science, Scopus, Google Scholar. These three are allow interdisciplinary citation searching, and there are something like which are very much focused on specific discipline, like SciFinder Scholar or Info or PubMed. And there is InflipNet, Shodh Ganga. Have you heard about Shodh Ganga? What do you know about it? Yeah, now it is mandatory that every research scholar in India, they have to submit their thesis, electronic version of their thesis and dissertation in the Shodh Ganga, which is a repository of the electronic version of the thesis and dissertations. So that is maintained by InflibNet. So we'll have a look on that also. So Web of Science, already you had a session on Web of Science. So I'll be just uh, roughly going through that. So it is owned by Clarivate, and it's an online subscription-based citation indexing service. It gives access to multiple databases that reference cross-disciplinary research and allows for comprehensive citation search and in-depth exploration of specialized subfields within a scientific discipline. And it is currently owned by Clarivate. And for a journal to be indexed in Web of Science, they have to directly send the application to Web of Science. And what they do annually is that they release something called Journal Citation Report, JCR, Journal Citation Report, which has a list of all the index journals in Social Science Citation Index and Science Citation Index Expanded. And also they give the impact factor of each of these journals. So what is Journal Citation Report, JCR? It is an annual publication by Clarivate, which you can access from the Web of Science core collection, and it gives the information about the academic journals in the natural and social sciences, including their impact factor. So basically, the citation information contain the basic citation data. That is, how many what are the how many papers have been published in a particular year, and how many citations have these publications achieved. And there are detailed tables describing these, and also you can get some several derived parameters like impact factor, etc., hygiene factor, and immediacy index. There are something like that. So they also provide this matrices. So this Web of Science databases, they have a Web of Science core collection which has four subcategories. The first one is Emerging Sources Citation Index. Second one is Arts and Humanities Citation Index. Then there is Science Citation Index Expanded, and there is Social Science Citation Index. So under these four subheadings, you can find the various index journals along with their impact factor. So another database like the Web of Science is Scopus. So like the Web of Science is owned by Clarivate Analytics, the Scopus is owned the product of Elsevier. It's another company like Clarivate. So this is the database of peer-reviewed literature, and it is the world's largest abstract and citation database of peer-reviewed scientific literature, journals, books, and conference proceedings, which cover research topics across all scientific, technical, and medical disciplines. So here they are arranged according to the topic, and they also offer smart tools and metrics to track, analyze, and visualize research. So annually they also release what is called a ranking list, which has some metrics to assess these journals, and best known metrics is the site score. So this is also the problem is this is also accessible to subscribers. So there is some. So in this Scopus, you can see there are now 5,000 plus publishers, and across some 105 different countries, people are using it. Uh, there are some 25 plus serial articles inside that. And what does this Scopus provide? What are the services they provide? They help to identify, analyze which journal to read, submit to. They give a track and help to assess the researcher's impact. They give some author level research matrices, help to decide what, where, and with whom to collaborate, help to track impact of a research and monitor global research trends, helps to find the current research, what is the trend in a particular field, in a research area, and also help to determine how to differentiate between various research topics. So there is another citation database called PubMed, which is very specific to the medical field. It's a service by National Library of Medicine, and it is freely accessible. So yeah, they are subject specific. They only contain medical journals and books within them. So another very popular citation database is Google Scholar, which I think all of you may be aware about, and I think all of you at least would have used it, right? Yes. So Google Scholar is a freely accessible web search engine, and it is run by Google. It has it indexes the full text or metadata of scholarly literature across an array of publishing formats and disciplines. So what it includes? It includes most peer-reviewed online academic journals and books, conference papers, theses and dissertations, preprints, abstracts, technical reports, and other scholarly literature, including court opinions and patents. And it is estimated to contain around 160 million documents and continues to cover approximately 90% of articles published in English. So I think most of you will be having a Google Scholar account, but still I can show you. I can go to, if you go to googlescholar.com, you can either, you have to create a profile. You can either log in with your Google account as well. So if you, yeah, you have to give your affiliation, areas of interest, email, etc. And then whenever you publish a paper, whenever a paper of yours, whenever your paper comes online in some of the publisher's website, it will automatically take, and you need not add it manually, so it will automatically take, and it will also show how many citations you have for each of your paper, in which all the metadatas are available, who are the authors, what is it, in which journal did you publish, and all that. And there are some matrices also associated with this. So then you can search by some, if you want to search about some other researcher, also you can have a look at it, and you can do the literature search also. And an important thing is that you create alerts. To stay up to date, you have to create alerts. So here you can go to create alert option. So in this right side, there is alert, something called alerts, and you have to create alert. So you can, some keywords you can give. If you type some keyword and create alert, whatever content comes online related to that keyword, you get it in your Google Scholar Gmail, which is linked to the Google Scholar. You get it in your inbox. So that is something like, you don't have to go behind the paper. Paper will come to you. So that is one way of getting staying up to date. So that's about Google Scholar. Now another thing is InflibNet. So InflibNet, it stands for Information and Library Network Center, which is in Gandhinagar, and it is an autonomous inter-university center of University Grants Commission, New Delhi. And InflibNet is a major national program initiated by UGC in 1991 as a project under the IUCA Pune, and it became an independent inter-university center uh, in 1996. So what InflibNet does, it's involved in modernizing the university libraries in India using the state-of-the-art technology for optimal utilization of information. And it is set out to be a major player in promoting scholarly communication among academicians and researchers in India. So there are three flagship programs of InflibNet. First one is Shodh Ganga. So Shodh Ganga, as you are aware, it is a reservoir of Indian theses and dissertations. So now UGC has made it mandatory since 2016 that every research scholar in India submit the electronic version of their thesis in this Shodh Ganga. So what are the aims of this Shodh Ganga? It acts as a repository that has the ability to capture, index, store, disseminate, and preserve these electronic theses and dissertations submitted by the researchers. And it facilitates open access. What do you mean by open access? It's freely available too. You don't have to subscribe for that. So an open access to all these Indian theses and dissertation to the academic community worldwide through a centrally maintained digital library. And it also helped to raise the standard and quality of research by overcoming the poor visibility of a paper. Sometimes what happens is uh, we don't see the papers, right? Because we don't have the access to it. So it overcomes that and thereby enhance the quality of research. So InfluentNet Center hosts, maintain, and makes Shodh Ganga accessible to all universities. So in this Shodh Ganga, as on April 2023, they have achieved the milestone of 4,50,000 theses. And since till yesterday, I think they have some 4,86,000 theses in that. So you can see how many people, how many PhDs are getting awarded every day. And we can see that there are diverse disciplines also. We have thesis in the Shodh Ganga in every discipline: engineering, chemistry, physics, education, commerce, management, English, economics, Hindi, botany, mathematics, zoology, computer science, arts, history, biotechnology, Sanskrit, sociology, political science, psychology. Every discipline you have thesis in that. But the major uh, theses are from engineering and science background. You can see the major theses are from engineering, chemistry, and physics field. Also, we have linguistic diversity in the Shodh Ganga. So if you go to the shodhganga.inflibnet.ac.in, if you go into that link, you can do advanced searching if you want to. And why do you want to read theses? Why is reading journals enough for your research? Is it enough that you read the journals? Why? Yeah, yeah. What happens is sometimes if you just read the journals, they may not give the entire details of how it was done. Methodology, they will not disclose everything in that part. So, but if you go into a thesis, they would have described everything point by point so that anybody can reproduce it properly. So, for that, we need to read theses. At least it is required that at least you read some handful of at least 2 3 theses you should read in your field so that you will be an expert in that field. So it may be required. So here, if you know a person in Indian, if you want to get somebody's thesis, you can. If you know the institute, you can search by institute and name, and then you have the list of theses. So I can show you if you go to Shodh Ganga. How many of you have already read some theses? Yeah, only very few. Uh, It's very important that you read some thesis to have an idea, to also have an idea how a thesis is written. Like it will help you in your writing work also. I think internet is slow. It's okay. I think internet is slow, so you can do advanced searching. So another thing is Shodh Gangotri. How many of you are aware about Shodh Gangotri? So what is Shodh Gangotri? Yes, yes. So, like Shodh Ganga is a repository of electronic version of theses and dissertation, Shodh Gangotri is a repository of synopsis. But now you can also see the proposals that people submit for postdoctoral fellowships or like some other fellowships. So that also you can find here. So it is a repository. On one hand, it would reveal the trends. So why is this synopsis required? Yeah, to understand the trend, what is happening, and also to avoid duplication, so that we don't end up doing the same work and then finally it will be problem. So, and whatever synopsis you submit in Shodh Gangotri, once you submit the thesis in Shodh Ganga, they are linked. So there is some link between, there is mapping of full text between the thesis and synopsis in the Shodh Gangotri. And there is something called Shodh Shuddhi. What do you know about Shodh Shuddhi? See, whenever we are submitting some journal in some manuscript in some journal, we have to do plagiarism checking, right? Yes. So this shows Shuddhi is another initiative by InflibNet, where they give access to this plagiarism detection technique in software. Right now there are some 1110 member institutes in that, and we can see uh, universities across the country are using this facility. You can see central university, open universities, deemed universities, private universities, state universities, institutes of national importance. Everybody is using it. So it's a freely accessible plagiarism detection software that is given by in government of India to through InflibNet to all the universities and institutes in India. So originally it was original, which was formerly called Urkund. Maybe you would have been. So now what InflibNet is providing since this month, October 1st, is called Drillbit Extreme Plagiarism Detection Software. So that is another plagiarism detection software. So there is another repository called National Digital Library of India, NDLI, which is maintained by IIT Kharagpur. So that is actually a virtual repository of learning resources. It has all the it has resources, learning resources for all stages of levels of learning. Um, be it for examination preparation for college or school students, or for job aspirants, or for researchers, or even people with differently able people. They can learn from home. They have this is an online repository, online learning material repository. So you can see this is the NDLI website. If you go to ndli.iit.kharagpur.ac.in, so you can see there are materials for test preparation like CBSE exam preparatory, IIT, JEE, NEET, JAM, GATE, NET, and some career development and recruitment. And there are those who like differently able people, or those who want to learn at self-paced at home, that is study at home. There are like subject specific materials are there, and there are some COVID related repository, and they also give updates about some talks, webinars, etc. So this is like an repository of online resources. And there is another thing, that is NLIST, National Library and Information Services Infrastructure for Scholarly Content. So this is jointly executed by Shodh Sindhu Consortium, InflibNet Center, and Indus uh, AICTE Consortium, IIT Delhi, and they have four distinct components. First one is to subscribe and provide access to selected their e-resources to technical institutions like IIT, NIT, ISER, IASC, and monitor their usage. The second one is to selected universities, and the third one is to the government and government aided colleges and monitor its usage. And third one, to act as a monitoring agency for colleges and evaluate, promote, impart training, and monitor all activities involved in the process of providing effective and um, efficient access to these resources to colleges. So this is another, you can go into the NLIST, you can Google and you can have a look at it. Another one is ResearchGate. I hope this is also something very popular, and most of you may be having a ResearchGate account. How many of you already have a ResearchGate account? Yeah, I think it's a good number. So, ResearchGate, so those who don't have, I suggest that you create a ResearchGate account. It is an European commercial social networking site for scientists and researchers to share papers, to ask and answer questions, and to find collaborations. So this is one of the largest academic social network in terms of the active users. And just to read a paper, you don't have to register in. You can freely access it. But if you want to be a site member, you have to create an account, which is free. And all you need is either an email address, which is with some affiliation, which is associated with an institute, or you just have to manually show that you are a published researcher. Then you can create an account. So, since many of you have, I don't think it's required that I should go to the. Okay, I can show for those who do not have a ResearchGate account. So, if you go to researchgate.net, you have to create a profile. You have to log in with your detail, like email ID and all details. You can give your details, institution, what are your skills. Basically, it is the field of interest, and then you can add paper. Actually, they will take the papers whenever your papers are coming online. That will automatically detected by the ResearchGate, and it will be shown here. And you can see whoever you are collaborating, whoever have cited you. You can see whenever somebody is citing you, you get updated here. And you can even follow people. If you there are some people who you are interested in, you can say, for example, I can search here. There is a search option. I can search for some research paper, some with some keyword or some title, or like that. Or I can search by, if I want to search on some about some people also, I can search. If I want to search on some uh, this is one scientist in my field, so if I want to search about that person, I can just type their name. Then I get all the details about their, what are they publishing, where are they publishing, what are their current research work, I can know about it. I can message them. If I want to collaborate, I can directly message them here. But it's always good that you can send direct email also, but you can message them. If you want some material from them, you can ask them. You can follow them, so that you always get updates from them whenever they are publishing a paper, or whenever one of their works gets cited, you also get updated. So you can follow them. You can recommend them, or share the contents like you do in Facebook and all. The same thing you can do here. And there is something called, so in home you will have all the updates, what is happening around your work of interest when you create all these alerts. And there is something called question, where ResearchGate itself will suggest some questions which they think you are able to answer, where you should also contribute some of what expertise you have. And you can also follow some questions, something which is related to you. You can follow, so that when someone answers that question, you are updated with that answer. And you can even ask some questions. You can ask here question. So another thing is ORCID. Now, ORCID is Open Researcher and Contributor ID. How many of you have an ORCID ID? Okay, I think 50 percentage. So, like all of us have an Aadhaar, which is an ID, which gives all the personal information about us. Like that, ORCID is an ID for a researcher, which connects which is a unique identification for you, which is linked with your contribution. So it is important that all of you create an ORCID, ORCID, for yourself, so that you are visible, and you are connected with your work, and your ID. So many times what happens is, when you publish somewhere, when you're publishing a manuscript, they'll ask for the ORCID ID. So it's required that you all create an ORCID ID. So the second part is research metrics. So we'll see what is the research metrics. And we'll see some of the citation based matrices, and publisher provide usage metrics, and we'll see what is alt metrics and how to use the research metrics to monitor a journal. So basically, what is a research metrics? Okay, then we can have a short break here for 15 minutes and you can join. Now it is 11 o'clock, so you can join back at 11:15.
Welcome back, everyone. So, we are resuming the session. Before that, there is an announcement. For faculties, the duty certificate is ready and it's with Shruti. So, make sure you collect your duty certificate from her before leaving. Okay, thank you.
We can start. So welcome back. I hope everybody is here back. So we'll look into the second part of this sixth module, that is on research metrics. So basically, what is a research metrics? It's a fundamental tool used across. Oh, so research metrics is a fundamental tool used across the publishing industry to measure the performance, both at the journal and the author level. So basically, it is used to assess a journal, whether it is good or not, which journal I should choose to publish, or the article from which journal is reliable. So this research metrics are used to assess the journals. So there are two components, like you can either have journal level matrices or author specific author level matrices. So these metrics are quantitative tools used to help assess the quality and impact of a research output. So some of the research metrics that you already would have come across is impact factor, alt metrics, H index, G index, I10 index, etc. I'll be giving my PPT, so you can listen to the talk rather than like I'll be sharing my PPT. So these research metrics are used to assess the journal whether it is of good quality. Okay. So, what do they all mean? What is how are these research metrics calculated, and which research metric is the most suitable for a particular journal? And how can you use these tools to monitor a journal's performance? That is a big question that we will look into. So now you know what is citation. So can citation be used as a research metrics? If a paper is cited more, can you tell that it is a good journal, or can citation be used as a metrics? Citation, yes. Measure of. Yeah, citation. Yeah, but can you use it to assess a journal? Yeah, but can you use it for a journal to assess if it is a good journal or not? But you have to be careful. There are some points, that is, citations are not necessarily a measure of quality, because sometimes you negatively cite. Have you come across some negative citations when you read? Sometimes people would have written like some maybe something to achieve some objective. They may cite some paper and tell this has not been achieved in this literature. So that is kind of a negative citation, right? So you cannot it is not necessary that it is a it gives the quality of the journal. So it doesn't give a measure of quality. Sometimes it can be a negative citation as well. And also, citation patterns vary by discipline. You can see that in some discipline you may get more citations, whereas in some others discipline, like maybe in arts, humanities, I think it's little difficult to publish paper, or very few papers come. I hope, if I'm right. If anybody is there from humanities, or yeah, what do you feel? Is it easy to get published and get citations? Maybe easy to publish, but to get cited? Yeah, because yeah, but compared to science or engineering field, uh, where we can get more citations, so it's the patterns vary across the discipline. So that is another point that you have to consider. And citations vary by article type. How many article types do you know? There are journal papers. Have you heard about review articles? There is review article. Okay, so if you see a review article, it is more likely that a review article gets more citations than a journal paper, right? So it also depends upon the article type. Another problem is that subject matter will also affect the citation. Within a discipline, you may have many topics, right? So it is possible that some subject may have more interest, so that will get more citations and others will not get. So it is subject specific also within a discipline. And it is also influenced by the readership, journal readership, where you are publishing. If the readership is interested in some particular field, and if you are publishing in some other like related field, they may not read it. If they don't read it, you may not get citations. So what can you conclude from this? Citation may not be a good tool to assess a journal. Yeah, it may not be a good research metrics. So we have several other research metrics. So if you go into any journal, I've given an example of Nature, which is one of the biggest journals in my field, and I don't know about the other. Yes. So if you go into any of these journals and you go into about, there are journal metrics that you get. In each of the journals, you get this. And there are some things like 2 year impact factor, 5 year impact factor, immediacy, index, eigenfactor, influence, article influence score, number of downloads, then alt metric mentions, etc. So basically, all these are called research metrics. So for each of the journals, you can get these research metrics in that journal. You can go to the about of the journal, and under that you can get in. There will be journal metrics option. If you go into that, you can see the journal metrics of each of the journals. So this is another. This is a Google Scholar account of Stephen Hawking, who is a physicist, theoretical physicist, who was a theoretical physicist. And so you can see there are some research metrics here, author specific research metrics like H index, item index, etc. What do they all mean? So today we'll be discussing some of these research metrics. Some are journal level, some are author level, like impact factor, eigenfactor, article influence score, site score, SNIP, SJR, IPP, H index, G index, item index, alt metrics, and usage data. So already we've come across what is JCR. So Clarivate annually they prepare a report which has the list of indexed journals within their collection, and they also give what is known as impact factor for each of these journals. So what is this impact factor? So impact factor is a measure of the frequency with which an average article in a journal has been cited in a particular year. It gives the importance or rank of a journal by calculating the times, number of times its articles are cited. But the problem is only the journals selected to feature in the science citation. So the problem is only those journals which are featured in the Science Citation Index Expanded and Social Science Citation Index receive an official impact factor, and they are published by Clarivate annually. So let us see how this impact factor is calculated. It is calculated over a period of 2 years. So the equation to calculate the impact factor for a year, say 2023, is shown here. That is basically the ratio between the number of citations in 2023 to articles published in the previous 2 years, that is 2021 and 2022, to the divided by the number of total articles and reviews published in the previous 2 years. So let us have an example. So for this we need what are the information that we require, what are the number of citations in this particular year to the articles published in the previous 2 years, and what is the total number of articles and reviews published in the previous 2 years. So if you have those information, now can you quickly calculate and tell me what is the impact factor for this particular journal X in 2023? Yes? Have you calculated? 4.3, right? I hope everybody got it correctly, 4.3. So basically, you have to add the number of citations in a particular year to the articles which were published in the previous 2 years, divided by the total number of articles and reviews published in the previous 2 years. So that is how an impact factor is calculated. But what are the disadvantages of this research matrix impact factor? It is an arithmetic mean and it doesn't adjust for the distribution of citations. So it's possible that so it takes into account all the articles published in the previous 2 years. So some article may have been heavily cited and some article may not have been cited at all. So it doesn't adjust for this distribution of citations. That is one of the disadvantage. Another thing is that it doesn't distinguish between citations made to whether the citation is made to an article or a review or an editor. It doesn't distinguish which type of article has got the citation. And it only considers the number of citations and not the nature or quality of the citation, whether it is positively cited or whether it is negatively cited. And you can't compare across the subject areas because citations vary with subject. And also citation have significant variations yearly in some, especially in smaller journals, because some topics require time to get published and get cited. So year on year wise also there is a huge variation for the citation. So these are the disadvantages of the impact factor. So to overcome one of these disadvantages, there is something called 5-year impact factor. So instead of 2 years, you calculate the impact factor for 5 years. So that is the number of citations received in this year to the articles which were published in the last 5 years divided by the total number of articles published in the last 5 years. Just the only difference is instead of 2 years, it is 5 years. Now, what is the advantage of using 5 years? For those subjects which require more time to get published and sometimes it takes time to get cited, some fields are like that. So it overcomes this disadvantage so of the 2-year impact factor. Now there is something called eigen factor. So that is another research matrix. It gives a measure of how likely a journal is to be used, and if it reflects how frequently an average researcher would access the content from that journal. So the equation to calculate it will be the number of citations in this particular year to contents published in this journal in the previous 5 years to the total number of citations published in this journal within the 5 years. So it measures the influence of a journal based on whether it is cited within other reputed journals over 5 years. And the difference between the 5-year impact factor is that the citation from a heavily cited, highly cited journal is worth more than the journal with few citations. So that weightage is given. And to adjust the subject areas, the citations are also weighted by the length of the reference list they are from. And a 5-year window is used, and self citations are removed, like excluded. So another thing, this eigenfactor is also published by Clarivate as the impact factor. And there is something called site score, which is published by Elsevier in Scopus. So the equation, the formula to calculate site score is the ratio between the number of all citations which are recorded, indexed in Scopus in this particular year to contents published in this journal in the last 3 years to the total number of items published in this journal in the previous 3 years. So here you can see it's items, not just the article. It considers all the kinds of publication, review articles, papers, or short communications, all kind of articles which are published in the journal, and it should be indexed in Scopus. So it's for a period of 3 years. So if you consider this, if B is the total number of items which are published in the previous 3 years, 2020, 21, and 22, if the sum of the articles, sum of the items published in these 3 years in this particular journal is B, and if the number of citations which are indexed in Scopus, uh, which is achieved in this year to the contents which to the items published in the previous 3 years is A, then site score is nothing but the ratio of A by B. So it's currently available for journals and books, and it is produced by Scopus. Um, yeah, so it also has this site score percentile based on subject categories, and there is something called site score tracker. But the problem is that the journals that publish a large number of front matters like editorials, peer commentaries, they will not get much citations, right? Rather than the journal articles or review articles, these will not get much cited. So site score for those journals will be less than its impact factor. So can you tell me what are the differences between site score and impact factor? Okay. Okay, site score is given by Scopus by Elsevier and Scopus, and impact factor is by Clarivate. And site score uses a 3-year window, while impact factor 2-year or 5-year. And if you see the site score, its denominator, it has all the items, but in impact factor it only considers articles and reviews. And site score covers all subject areas, while impact factor is only for those journals within the science citation index expanded and social science citation index. The commonalities between them is that both of these cannot be used for comparing across the discipline, and it is a mean calculated by the skewed distribution. So that is a commonality. Now, there is something called article influence score, which is not much popular. So, it's a measure of the average influence of a journal's article in the first 5 years of its publication. So, it's calculated by the equation given here. It's basically a normalized thing. So, 0.01 into eigenfactor for this particular year divided by number of articles published in this journal within the previous 5 years to the number of articles published in all the journals within the previous 5 years. Now, there is something called SNIP, source normalized impact per paper, which is the ratio of journal citation count per paper in a journal divided by citation potential of the field. So, the thing is that it attempts to correct the subject specific characteristics, simplifying cross disciplinary comparison between journals. It measures citations received by articles in the journal against citation expected for the subject field. This is also used using the Scopus data. And it is published twice a year with 3 year period, looking into 3 year period publications, and it is normalized source of uh, calculation. Uh, And there is something called SJR, Simago Journal Rank. So it is a ratio of average number of citations in a given year to Journal X divided by number of articles published in Journal X in the previous 3 years. So it uses a 3 year period, and it captures the effect of subject field, quality, and reputation on a journal on citation. It calculates the prestige of a journal by considering the value of the sources that cite it rather than counting all citations. So it sees like from where this citation has come. If it is from a good journal, a journal with high SJR number, it is given more weightage than a citation from a journal with a lower SJR value. So it waits for the quality of the journal. So this is an internationally recognized standard for identifying the quartile of a journal. So this basically journals are classified into 4 quartiles: Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. The first 25 will come in Q1, then next 25 in Q2, like that. There is something called impact per paper, which is the ratio of number of citations to a paper in a given year published in a journal in the previous 3 years to the total number of papers published in this journal in the previous 3 years. It is very similar to impact factor, but over a 3 year period. And it does not correct for the differences in citation practice across the scientific field. So these are some of the journal level research metrics, and there are some author level research metrics. One of them is H index, which most of you might be aware about. So H index is an author level research metrics, and it was introduced by Hirsch in 2005, and sometimes it is also called Hirsch metrics. So it attempts to measure the productivity of a researcher and the citation impact of their publication. So how H index is calculated? It is equal to the number of articles published which have received at least a citation. So we can see this graph. If x-axis um, if x-axis is the paper number of papers and y-axis is the citation, and this is the parity line x equal to y line, then H index, if the number of papers, the number of citations is greater than or equal to the number of papers H, then we call its index is H. Let us take an example. See here, I consider this as as an example of a profile of a researcher who have published 6 articles: A, B, C, D, E, and F, and the number of times they have cited is also shown here. So according to the number of citations that they received, they are ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So can anyone tell me what is the H index of this author, this researcher? Okay, we'll look at it. If the H index of the author is 1, then the author should have at least one paper which is cited at least one time. But he has all of his articles are cited at least one time. So it's more than one. Now let us see if the H index is 2, then the author should have at least 2 papers which are cited at least 2 times. But he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 papers which are at least cited 2 times. Now, so it's some more that it can be more than that. So let us see if it is 3. If it is 3, then the author should have at least 3 papers which are at least cited 3 times. So he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, he has 5 papers which are cited 3 times. So it can be 3 or more. H index can be 3 or more. Now let us see if it is 4. If it is 4, he should have at least 4 papers which are cited at least 4 times. So how many papers are cited at least 4 times? Only 3 papers. So he doesn't satisfy that criteria. So his H index is not 4, it is 3. So the H index of this researcher will be 3. If he had one more citation to the article D or E, what will be his H index? 4. So if you have published 10 papers that have been at least cited 10 times, your H index will be 10. Now, where can you find the H index? So if you have a Google Scholar account, that will automatically give your H index, as I have shown one for Stephen Hawking. And if you do not have a Google Scholar account, there is something called Publish and Perish. You can find it there. Or even if you have access to, in Scopus or Web of Science, they give this H index information. But what are the advantages of this H index? It isn't skewed upward by the small number of highly cited articles, and neither it is skewed downward by the poorly cited work. And it rewards researchers whose work is consistently well cited. And several advantages that several resources automatically calculate the H index. But the disadvantage is that the results can be inconsistent because different databases are calculating when we are calculating with using different databases. The database which has which is bigger will have more citation. Like if you take your H index in Google Scholar and maybe Web of Science or Scopus, you will find that H index is more in Google Scholar because its resource is more. It has more so it is inconsistent, and the time period over which you are calculating also uh, will result in this inconsistency, and the results can be skewed by um, self citations, and results aren't comparable across discipline. So the results, because we cannot across the discipline citation, number of citations can vary, so we cannot compare across discipline, and you cannot compare between the researcher. You cannot compare a researcher like a professor who has long years of experience. The H index of such a person will be higher, and you cannot compare it with a research scholar who has just started his or her research, right? So you cannot compare between the researchers. And sometimes it happens that there are some paradoxical situation where two authors have published same number of publications, say both of them have published maybe 8 publications, but they have the same H index, maybe some number 5, but they would have cited, they may be having different number of citation. Maybe person A is having, both of them are considered they are having same H index of 5, and both of them have published 8 publications, but the other one has maybe some 300 citations, but other two has some 30 citation, but still they have the same H index. So that is a paradoxical situation. Now, another order level matrix is G index. So, G index is the largest number such that the top G articles received at least G square citation. So, it is suggested by Leo Egg in 2006, and it gives more weightage to highly cited articles. So, a G index of 10, what does it mean? It means that top 10 of your articles have been cited at least 100 times. If it is 20, top 20 of your articles have been cited 20 squared times, that is 400 times. And always the G index of a researcher will be greater than his H index. So we can take an example. Here the same researcher's profile, you can calculate the G index for this person. So how it is done? So we have to consider this researcher X who has published 6 articles A, B, C, D, E, and F, and whose times of the times that each of these articles are published is shown here. And according to they are arranged in decreasing order, and according to the number of times it has been each of the articles are cited, they have been ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is the G. So this is G square of the rank, and we have to calculate the cumulative sites. For here it will be 11, and the second case 11 plus 6, here 11 plus 6 plus 4, like that. Now you have to see if G square is the cumulative site number of sites is greater than or equal to G square. So if the G index is 1, it means that at least one of his article is cited 1 square time. That is 1 time. But all of his articles, or having more than that. If it is two of his articles, the sum of the sites in two of his articles should be greater. Top two of his articles should be greater than 2 square 4, but it is 17, so it's more. It can be more than that. If it is 3, top 3 of his articles, sum of the sites will be greater than 3 square, that is 9, but the number of sites for top 3 of his articles is 21. So let us see if it is 4. If it is 4, the sum of the citations for his top 4 articles should be greater than or equal to 4 square, that is 16. So he has 24 citations, so maybe it is more than that. If it is 5, top 5 of his articles should have total number of citations more than 5 square, 25. So we can see it is 27. Now let us see if it is 6. Then top 6 of his articles should have a total number of citation more than 6 square, 36. Does he have? No. So its H index is not 6, but it's 5. Sorry, G index. So we can see that the same person, G index is more than H index. H index was 3 and G index is 5. So the advantage of G index is that it accounts for the performance of authors' top articles and helps to make more apparent the difference between authors' respective impacts. Disadvantage is that there is debate whether G index is better or H index is better, and G index has not gained much popularity as the H index. Now there is something very simple called item index, and this is a measure. This is measured by Google Scholar to gauge the productivity of a scholar. So it is basically the number of publications with at least 10 citations. So let us have an example. This is say consider this as a profile of a researcher X. So that researcher has published A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J number of articles, and number of citations corresponding to each of these articles are shown here. So here, how is item calculated? It is a number of publications which has at least 10 citations. So can you tell me what will be the item index for this researcher? Yes. So we can see that A, B, C, D, E, and F, these 6 articles have citations more than 10. So the item index for this researcher is 6. So the advantage is that it is very simple and straightforward to calculate. But disadvantage is that it is used only by Google Scholar. Now there are some publisher provided usage matrices also. So the first one is usage data. It is used by Taylor and Francis and the publishing group. It measures the online usage of the content, articles, and it uses as a metrics. Usage is helpful in providing an immediate reflection of the journal's reach. So what they basically measure is that the number of times viewed on their website, number of times they were downloaded, and how often the supplementary data has been accessed. So based on the usage, they are assessing. Another usage, publisher provided usage metrics is alt metrics, which is the most popular now. So alt metrics are alternative metrics. It helps to measure the impact of a journal by looking at the social activity around it, like number of citations, or whether what is the usage, how many downloads, how many people have read it, or how many have accessed their supplementary data, captures, then mentions in social media, etc. LinkedIn, tweet, etc. So they use quantitative and qualitative data along with the traditional citation and usage based metrics to provide an insight into the attention, influence, and impact of an academic research. So, how is an alt metric? So the most popular way of measuring the alt metric is alt metric attention score. And how is it calculated? So it monitors each online mention of a piece of a research and weights the mentions based on the volume, the sources and author. They also see who is mentioning it, where is it getting mentioned, what is the mention about, and how many mentions are there. So for example, if a mention is in the international newspaper, it has more weightage than a tweet. So it gives important quality. It considers the quality. And it is how is the altmetrics attention score represented? It is represented in a colorful donut, and each color indicates different source of online attention. It can be some news, blogs, Twitter mention, or in Facebook, or in Google Scholar, or Mendeley, or citation, or how many times it has been viewed or downloaded, all this. And a strong altmetric score will have a strong number, a higher number in the center, and wide number of diverse color around it. So, what is the advantage of altmetric attention score? We can receive instant and trackable feedback, because other metrics we have to wait for the citation to come. So, someone should read the paper, write the paper, cite your paper. And once it gets published, only then you get the feedback citation. But here, once you publish the paper, if there is a mention in some news or Twitter or LinkedIn or somewhere, you get the feedback quickly. So it's very instant trackable feedback, and you get a holistic view of attention, impact, and influence. So it gives qualitative and quantitative aspect, like who is mentioning, where is it getting mentioned, what are they mentioning about. But what is the disadvantage of this altmetric attention score? It might be biased in the data which altmetric collects. Like most of the mentions may be from English speaking sources. So it might be biased in that. And it is limited to tracking online contents. So it will get attention only if there is a mention about its DOI or the author's name or title name. So if there is a mention with any other information about the publication, they may not be counted here. So that is another limitation. Now, we have come across some of the research metrics. So previously, first, we have begun with what is citation, what are references, how to reference or how to use a reference manager to organize your references, and how to cite using the reference managers. And then where can you find this literature? Where can you find these papers? In the citation databases. And in the citation databases, we found that it should be indexed properly so that it is easy to for you to use it. So there is citation indexing, and we saw some of the citation databases and some repositories. And then we went into the research metrics, which can be used to assess a journal. When you search in the databases, you come up with many journals. How to choose which journal is best? So we have many research metrics for that. We saw some journal level research metrics, some author level research metrics, and some usage based research metrics. Now, how to use these research metrics to monitor a journal? Basically, you have to answer two questions: how to identify the right metrics for a journal, and how to interpret the research metrics. So, how to identify the right metrics for your journal? So, basically, you have to answer these questions. Who is your target audience? Whether you want it you want your material, your work to be visible to online in online platform, or whether you want academic community is your target. Who is your target audience? What are you trying to achieve? Whether you want high impact to publish in high impact factor journals, or you want more visibility for your work. So what are you trying to achieve? What subject area are you working in? So you have to choose the journals according to your subject specific characters. And what business model does whether it is open access or subscription based, whether you have subscription to that. Now, how to interpret the research metrics? So basically, rather than asking what is the research metrics for each journal, you should answer these questions like who, how, why. Who is reading the journal? Where are they based? What is their role? How are they accessing it? Who are the key authors in a subject area? Where are they publishing now? How are users responding to a content? Are they citing it in their journals, mentioning it in some policy documents, or talking about it in Twitter? How is the subject area developing? What are the hot topics, emerging fields, and key conversations around that? And why was a specific article successful? This is very important to see why a specific article was successful. What made the media pick on it? What prompted citations from others' journals? Who are talking about it? It's very important that you look into these aspects. Now, many times what happens is that we will be searching for some literature in some databases, and our situation will be like this. No matter how carefully I surf the internet, I always get too much of information. I hope many of you would have faced this situation. So, in 5 years of your PhD tenure, that is 260 weeks, how many papers can you or should you or may read? What happens is most of the time we read a lot, and what you really need will be a very small amount. Just to get a small piece of information, you have to read a lot. So, that should not be the case. That's not the smart way of literature search. So, for that, we have to have a smart literature search. So, let us see why a smart literature search is important, what is to be searched for a smart literature, and where should you search, and how can you do this. So, why a smart literature search is important? For multiple reasons. Duplicate. This is important. If you have a good literature search, then it will avoid duplication of a work. So you shouldn't repeat the same thing which somebody has already done. So for that, how to know that? You should have done good literature search.
Good afternoon, അധ്യാപകരുടെ പ്രത്യേകമായിട്ടുള്ള ശ്രദ്ധയ്ക്ക് രാവിലെ ഇലക്ഷൻ ക്ലാസിന്റെ ഇലക്ഷൻ ഓറിയന്റേഷൻ ക്ലാസ്സിന് വരാൻ സാധിക്കാത്ത അധ്യാപകര് ഉച്ചകഴിഞ്ഞ് 1:30 ഉച്ചകഴിഞ്ഞ് 1:30 ഇന്ന് സെന്റ് ചാവറ സെമിനാർ ഹാളിൽ എത്തിച്ചേരേണ്ടതാണ്. താങ്ക് യു.
Okay, the second point to be considered is background. If you do a good literature search, you will have a good background about the topic. You can give good justification why you have chosen that topic, and you can conduct discussions around it only if you do a good literature search. And you will come to know about the best methods that you have to adopt for your research. If you read, you conduct the literature search, only then you will come to know what were the methods that were used in the past by the researchers, and which method you can judge, like which method will be most suitable for your work, so that you can maximize the success of your work. So to get the best methods, you need to have a you need to carry out literature search. Then gaps. Only if you do a literature search, you will know what are the gaps in the field, what are the weaknesses, loopholes, so that you can make a meaningful problem for you, so that you overcome these gaps, you fill in these gaps. And familiarity. So only if you do a literature search, you will be familiar with the terminologies involved in your subject area, or you become an expert. So that is why a literature search is important. Now, what to search for a smart literature search? Basically, keywords. Keyword is the key to information. So you have to have multiple keywords. Now, why keywords? There are multiple reasons. To dig out relevant published articles related to your field, to help other researchers find your field. So what happens is when you publish an article in the journal, they will ask for you to suggest some keywords. So again, that is important. And when you search articles for your literature search, you have to give keywords. So keyword is very important. And keyword defines the field, subfield, topic, research issue that are covered in the article. And most electronic search engines, databases, and journal websites use keywords to decide whether and when to show your article. If the researcher searches with those keywords, and if the search matches with your work, only then it will be showed to the visible to those researchers. So it is very important that you choose your keywords with great consideration. And keywords make your papers searchable and ensure that you get more citation. Only when it is visible to people will you get citations, right? You will get citations. So you should give good keywords, which is very relevant to your work. So there are some keyword writing tips. If there is some geographical region associated with your research, you try to add that as a keyword. If there is some experimental method involved in your research, try to include them as keyword. And if there is some potential applications, then use those as a keywords. And if there is some phenomena or issues associated with your research work, you can use that also as keywords. And title, never use title as a keyword, because title already has visibility. So you should try to maximize your visibility. So if you use the same words from your title as keywords, you are actually stopping yourself from being more visible. So you should use keywords which are words other than those in the title. Now, you know what to search. Now, where to search? So sometimes what happens is searching in multiple places is frustrating and time consuming process. Like you have many individual journals and publisher websites. If you go into each of these and search, it'll be frustrating and time consuming. So to save time, use trusted search engines where you can get all the relevant information in one place. So you have the citation databases for that, like Web of Science, Scopus, Google Scholar, etc. Now, how to search? So basically, first thing you have to do is define your keywords. Make the keywords, and using these keywords in the relevant citation databases, using these keywords, start your search. Now, once you get some relevant information, follow those relevant information, follow those papers, follow for their citation, do backward and forward following. What is backward searching? So, if you get a relevant paper, go to their reference list and follow those papers within the reference list, and do the forward searching also. So if you have a relevant paper, follow the papers which are citing this paper. That is forward searching. It is important that you do both backward and forward searching. And always have a written record of what you're searching. Sometimes what happens is today you will search something, and after a year you will forget what you have searched. And even after 1 hour, you will forget where did you start the search. So you should have a written record what you are searching, so that even after if you are searching for the in the first year, and even in the fifth year when you are writing your thesis, you should be able to trace that articles immediately. And for that, you have the reference managers. So use the reference manager and keep up with the literature. This is very important that you create alerts so that you stay up to date. So this how to search strategy can be shown pictorially like this. First, formulate your problem. Then define concepts and keywords. Prepare your keywords. Choose a suitable database and conduct the research within the database. And whatever results you get, evaluate them. For that, you can use the research metrics that you have come across now, like journal specific and other level research metrics. Use them, evaluate the result, whether they are reliable. And then whatever is relevant to you, save them, save, and then refine, and if required, carry out the research, the whole process until you have enough sufficient literature with you. But many times what happens is that, as shown in the cartoon, like, I'm not disorganized. I know exactly where everything is. The newer stuff is on top and the older stuff is on the bottom. How many of you felt like that? If you have started downloading papers, and maybe I think all of us would have felt at some point of time. So I too felt before I started using the reference manager. So it shouldn't be like this. We should organize our literature. So how to organize? Use the reference manager. So we can organize our literature in multiple ways. We have to create folders, subfolders, organize these contents either chronologically or thematically or methodologically or by making links between the literature, whether if it is based on some concept, whether there is agreement or disagreement. So different ways you can organize your literature, making folders and subfolders and have a written record of that. Now, how to stay up to date? It's very important that you stay up to date so that you do not duplicate your result and you also know what is the current trend in the field. It's not impossible, it's very much possible. And instead of you looking for the papers will come to you. Can you tell me how? Yes, we have already come to that. That is, it is possible by creating alerts from publishers, from search engines, which will directly come to your inbox. So you need not go and search. It's already coming to you. All you have to do is do the reading part. Now, how to keep up with the new publications through alerts? So you can do in multiple ways. So if there are some journals that crop up regularly during your search, or there are some journals which are very much specific to your specialization, or some journals that you would like to publish in, go to those journals, sign up for the table of content alerts through those journal website, and get an email alert. So whenever a new issue of that journal is published, you will get an alert. If there are some keywords that often are relevant to your work, or there are some specialized unique words specific to your field, then for those keywords in the databases you create alert so that whenever any paper matching with these keywords are coming online, you get an alert in your email, in your inbox. And if you have some studies which you have cited, some particular paper that you have cited, or some paper which you are in, some work which you are interested in, you can also create alerts for the citations of those papers, of those studies, so that whenever some other researchers cite them, or whenever there is something going on around with those study, you get an alert in your email. So all you have to do is register, log in, and create alerts for new articles or citations, new issues, or even researchers in your field. Now you have seen how to do the literature search. So and how to do a literature search using citation databases, um, and then how to do a smart literature search. Now you have all the references and you have carried out your research. Now, how to actually write a research paper? So first, you have to organize your thoughts, all the information, fact, idea, etc., and understand the information flow, include everything, make a checklist, and structure your manuscript. Basically, you have to create an outline of your research paper by writing down the headings and subheadings and points under each subheading. So, a basic outline of a research paper will include the following sections: introduction, methods, results and discussion, and conclusion. So, what to write under each subheading? Under introduction, what you have to include? Basically, the importance of your work. What are the goals of your work? An overview of your work, like what you are going to do, what you have done in this work. And literature review, what have been done in the past by other researchers. What is the loophole where you want to fill in? And the methods include the scope of your method. What are the methods? Describe them carefully, like sufficiently, method 1, method 2, etc., with wherever figures required. Then results include the results of your methods, method 1, method 2, etc., and whether you have achieved the goal. Then there is the discussion. Discussions include the contributions to the existing research. What is the significance of your first result? What is the significance of your second result, etc.? Then there is the conclusion, which has a summary of your objectives, the major findings, and the implications of your findings, and also the scope for future research. It is very important to you that you mention the scope for future research, because that is a starting point for other researchers to pursue the field. So that That is also a way that you can get the citations. So you should include the scope for future research. So basically, the most common order for a research paper will include these headings with the subheadings. So the basic publication order for the journals is like this. First, there will be a title, then an abstract, then the keywords, followed by introduction, methods, results, discussion, conclusions, and references. But do you write in the same order? No, when you write a paper, you write in a different order. First, you will have all the references collected, then you will write your results, then you will write the methods, then you will discuss, you have your discussion, then introduction will come, then conclusion will come. And after you write these things, only you will write the abstract, the keywords, and the title. So the most important for a research paper are the title, key abstract, and keyword. These are the key marketing tools because these decide whether a researcher who's reading your abstract, keyword, and title, they will decide based on these whether the paper is worth reading, whether they should read the full text. So it's important that you write these title, abstract, and keyword very carefully. Also is important the research highlights and graphical abstract. So when you submit a journal, they'll ask you to write, you give highlights, which is nothing but the major outcomes of your work, major points in bulleted points, and each bulleted point can be one line in length. And graphical abstract is the pictorial representation of your entire work. Now, how to write a title for your research paper? Always write a title after you have finished writing your research paper. And keep it short and simple. And include all the essential information about your paper. And avoid using abbreviations and technical terms. And use keywords that highlight what your paper is about. And never insert a period at the end of your title because it's not a sentence. Do not put full stop. It's a title. Now, how to write abstract? Why is abstract important? Because it is like a trailer. It determines if people should read your full text. So it's important that you write a good abstract. How to do that? Write the abstract after you finish writing your paper and choose main points from introduction and conclusion, method section, result section, and add one or two sentences as a conclusion. Then using all these points, write a paragraph of all these points, and be careful that you don't add any new information or undefined abbreviations. And link your sentences so that the information flows clearly. There should be a good flow in the abstract so that people find it interesting to read and easy to understand. And check if the points presented in your paper and abstract are consistent. You shouldn't add anything outside from your, like whatever is there in your paper only should be reflected in the abstract. So it should be very consistent. There shouldn't be any contradicting things. And it is very important that you ask a colleague to review your abstract and share feedback. Many times what happens is that you may be writing it, so it's there in your mind, and you may be ignorant of some small mistakes, or you may not be understanding whether there is a flow or not. But only when a colleague reads, another researcher or another colleague reads, they will be able to help you in that way. And check if the final abstract meets the guidelines of your target journal. See if it follows the guidelines like page limit or word limit, whatever. So now you have written a paper, research paper. Now what are the process involved in the research paper submission? So first you have to submit the article, whatever, like for instance, manuscript you have to submit, you have to go to the journal, you have to select the journal, which we have already dealt about using. You can use the metrics, research metrics for that. Go into the database and see which journal is suitable for you. And you have to submit your article in that manuscript. So basically they'll ask for some of the documents, like you will have to submit a cover letter, which will be addressed to the editor of the journal, and you will be stating that you are submitting this XYZ paper title XYZ, which is written submitted by XYZ et al. For consideration to your reputed journal, and you can write 2-3 sentences stating why you think this article is relevant to be published in this journal, why you think this article is suitable to this journal. Then another document that you have to attach is your manuscript. So some journals require the figures and tables to be within the text where it appears. Some require it to be as a separate file. So see the guidelines of the journal and submit it accordingly. And they also asked to give a list of three to five reviewers. So you also have to have a list of researchers who are working in your field who can review your paper. They may or may not take the list that you give, but you are asked to suggest the list of reviewers. So once you submit your paper, your manuscript, it's manuscript, unless it is published, it is called a manuscript. So first thing is it will go to the editorial office for initial checks. So this will take some 3 days time, 2 to 3 days, where the editorial office will check if the manuscript meets the journal guidelines, whether it is within the word limit or page limit, or they will carry out the plagiarism similarity check and see if it is within the guidelines. It will take some 2 to 3 days. Once your paper is through this initial checks, it will the editorial office will assign editor or associate editors, and the editors they will decide to whether reject or accept a paper based on their preliminary reading, which will take maybe some 1 to 2 weeks. Whether they'll say they will read and see if it is within the scope of the journal, whether there is some novel results uh, in the work, etc. And once they find it is interesting and within the scope of the journal, they will invite reviewers. So typically some 2 to 3 reviewers will be invited. They may choose from the list that you suggest, or they may have their own, they may assign some reviewers. So this review process may take some 30 to 45 or sometimes 60 days to 2 months. So the reviewers will carefully review your paper and decide whether to accept the paper or reject the paper or revise the paper. And they will submit the reviewer comments to the editor. And then editor will analyze the reviewer comments and send the decision to author. The decisions can be either a reject. If it is a reject, then the authors will have to look at what are the feedbacks, what are the loopholes that the reviewers and editors have commented, and improve your manuscript taking into account all these loopholes. And do not ever submit the same manuscript to another journal. You make sure that you overcome all these shortcomings, and only then, because otherwise again it may get rejected, so it's a waste of time. So you improve your manuscript and send to the next journal. Otherwise, another decision can be like revise. If they find that there are some clarifications or some small modification that is required, they may ask for a revision. It can be a minor or major revision. If it is otherwise, it can be a resubmit if there are some major changes required. And if the manuscript is well within, like it's good, they can even accept the manuscript. So then if it is a revised thing, then authors will have to revise the manuscript by addressing all the queries that the reviewers have asked. You have to create a point-wise response to these queries, and you have to incorporate all these corrections. You need sometimes the queries need not be required to be incorporated, like if you feel you are right and maybe the reviewer would have misunderstood it, so you can give clarification for that. So you have to submit point wise response to the queries, and you have to revise your manuscript and submit both the files, and that will go to the editor, and editor will have a look. If it is a minor revision, he himself may decide whether to accept it. If it is a major revision, he or she may send it to the reviewers for further review. And if there are still more clarifications required, there may be multiple steps of reviewing process. So all that requires is time. At least it takes 2 months from the initial submission to the decision. In an average journal, it takes, I think, at least 2 months, and sometimes it takes more than that. So all that required is time, and all that we researchers should have is patience. And so we'll also see some of the major challenges that researchers face during the paper submission. First thing is finding a suitable journal. So for that, now you know about the research metrics. So you can have a look at it. Based on, you can decide a journal based, assessing a journal based on their research metrics. And the requirement of different formats by different publishers. Once a paper is rejected in one journal, another journal will require another format. So we have to, changing the style is difficult manually. So for that, we have now the reference managers, with which we can, within one click, we can just change the style. So that problem can also be overcome. Another thing is the time range for decision. So for that, we just have to have patience. We should, all I can say is that just after your submission, be patient, sit back and relax, and till you get a revision. And meanwhile, you start working for the next work. But if your decision is taking more time than required, like maybe something more than 2 months, you can always write to the editor asking him to expedite the reviewing process. That is always, it can be done. And another challenge is overcoming the unwritten and unproven bias and creating impact among peers and editors, so the submitted work at least will not be rejected without review. So for that, now we have what is known as double blind reviewing process, where the credentials of the reviewer and the author will be anonymized. So the reviewers will not know who are the authors, what are their affiliations. They will not, so it will not be biased. So there is, and the authors will also not know who is reviewing your paper. So it is double anonymized reviewing process. And let us see what are the 10 reasons why manuscripts are rejected. Some common 10 reasons, so that you should have a look at it, so that next time you don't make these mistakes in your manuscript writing. First thing is that the manuscript does not fit the scope of the target journal. So most of the time, we might be submitting in some journal which is not within the scope. So immediately it will get rejected. So always when you're submitting a manuscript in a journal, go to the about of the journal and see if your work is within the scope of the journal. Second thing is insufficient problem statement. Sometimes it may be like you have not stated your problem sufficiently. So you have to state your problem sufficiently. And methods are not described in detail. This is also a common mistake. Sometimes people will not write the methods clearly and sufficiently. So you should describe it in detail so that anyone can reproduce the data. And another mistake is overinterpretation of results. Some people will keep on blabbering, like overinterpreting the results, and so that is also not dangerous. So another thing is that unsatisfactory or confusing representation of data in tables or figures. So actually these tables and figures, why we are using it, so that it is more easier to understand the data. Sometimes what happens is when people use these tables and figures, it becomes confusing also, because they don't give enough sufficient information to understand that figure or table. So you should give the entire information to understand it. And inappropriate or incomplete statistics. So whenever you're doing a research, it should be like the data is, your research is reliable. For that, you need good statistics. You should account for the reproducibility, repeatability of your research. And conclusions not supported by data. It is sometimes what happens is you may draw some conclusions which do not have a supporting data. So always, whatever conclusions you're drawing from your research in your manuscript, you make sure that you give sufficient data to support it. Another thing is incomplete, inaccurate, or outdated review of literature. Sometimes, so for that you have to be up to date. So we have already seen how to stay up to date. If you are outdated, your literature search is outdated. What happens is sometimes you may end up duplicating somebody's work, so it may get rejected. You may tell this has not been achieved in the past, but you are outdated in your literature, so you have to stay up to date. That is one of the reasons. Another thing is poor grammar and prose. That is some common mistake that all of us make. So for that also now we have AI tools available like Grammarly, Quillbot, WordTune, etc., which can help you correct your mistakes in grammar, which can help you rephrase your contents. And another reason why manuscripts are rejected is the poor experimental design or inadequate investigation. So for that, it's very important that you do a good literature search, come up with the best methods for your work, and design them properly to meet all the objectives. So now, so now you should be careful that you don't make the same mistakes. You have come across some of the mistakes that people make. So you take care that you don't create these mistakes when you are submitting a manuscript. Now I have some assignments for you. This is very important that you do these assignments. It will help you at least at the right time within your PhD tenure and at the time of thesis. So the first one is to make a list of top 20 keywords in your field. This will help you when you're doing literature search or when you are finding a journal to submit in. Whenever you're submitting a journal, also they'll ask for keywords. Whenever you're submitting thesis, also they'll ask for keywords. It's very important that you make a list of at least 20 keywords of your field, and using these keywords carry out advanced search. Second one is that, and extract the list of top 25 papers in your research field published in the last 5 years, and register in at least 3 databases or search engines and get alerts for the latest research in the field. This is very important to stay up to date. And the thing is, make a list of top 10 reputed journals in your research field. For this, you can use the journal level research metrics. This is very important because when you are in the process of publishing, so if you have the list of reputed journals which are arranged hierarchically, maybe according to your priority, then once it is getting rejected, you need not sit and waste your time searching which is the next journal which is suitable to me. So if you already have the list, it will come handy at that time. It can save time. And the thing is, make list of top 10 national and international researchers in your field with full affiliation and email. Here you can use the author level research metrics. This is very important because when you submit a manuscript, an article in the journal, they will ask to suggest reviewers. At that time, it will help you. And also for collaboration, sometimes you may not have the facility with you, so you can collaborate with these. If you know who are the researchers working in your field, both national and international, if they have the facility which you do not have, you can always collaborate with. You can contact them, email them, or using the ResearchGate, or you can contact them and you can collaborate with them, and you can have discussions with them. If you are stuck with some of your research work, you may this may help you. Another person from outside, like researcher in your field, may help you. So that is important. And even after your PhD, it will help you to find postdocs. So it's very important that you have a list of top 10 national and international researchers in your field. And it's important that you create your ORCID ID, ORCID, ResearchGate, Mendeley, Google Scholar profiles, and you communicate, appreciate, share, and follow at least 50 researchers in your field. So I highly suggest that you do these assignments, home assignments. So to recap, First we started with citations. What is citation? What is referencing? What is referencing? How is referencing done? How is citing done using a reference manager? Basically, I took an example of reference manager mainly. What are the options available? And now we know how to cite. Now, where can we find these papers? We have to go to the citation databases where the journals are indexed, which shows the quality of the journal. And then there are some research metrics to assess these journals, and there are author level and journal level research metrics. Then after you found this journal, to find how to find a good journal. Now, how to carry out a literature search? We have looked into why literature search is important, what are to be searched, how to search, and where to search. And then we have come across some of the aspects of writing research paper. What are the challenges faced? What are the top 10 reasons why the manuscripts usually get rejected? So take that into mind so that the next time you don't commit the same mistakes. So uh, yes, thank you. Okay, someone has asked to tell about how to organize the thesis. So, yes, or a thesis typically will have, first will be an introduction chapter will be there where you have to include all the literature search that you are doing, and mentioning what has been done in the literature, what is the loop, similar to the journal but in depth. And then the second part will be it actually varies. In physical science at least, we have the experimental section where we describe all the methods that we have adopted in your literature, in our research work. Then we'll have the working chapters, what we call working chapters. So each chapter wise, whatever research we have done, we will be organizing them into different chapters. So each chapter will have some content. It will be focused on that particular work. So we have to categorize them into different working chapters, and then there will be a summary or conclusion chapter, which will just conclude the major part of the thesis. And then there will be the references or bibliographic content. So before that, there will be something like synopsis. What you Before submitting the thesis, you will be asked to write a synopsis and submit. And that synopsis will be a gist of your work, maybe in some 15 pages. You will be summarizing work you have done, what are the results, everything. And only once the doctoral committee approves that, you can submit the thesis. So yeah, the thesis will have the introduction, experimental section, and then working chapters, and then a conclusion. Typically, I think some 100 to 200 page. You should write your thesis.
Ma'am, I have a doubt. Now, when you were talking about how to write an article, our doubt is regarding to that. Now, in almost all the conferences that come in Kerala, what we social science students face, we face a difficulty. I don't know whether the science people face the same facility, the same problem. But I want to ask if there are any tips. And usually, a brochure comes if you want to attend any conferences for and writing seminar papers. If today is the day, they'll say within next week. They give us one time for submitting the abstract and 2 days for submitting the full paper. Now, by writing a manuscript, we have to write the paper and then only we can get the abstract. And do you have any tips or suggestions regarding how to overcome that? Because these conferences are very good conferences where we really want to publish our papers, and those conferences will be highly related to our subject area. But this is the problem, we will not be able to submit the abstract without the full paper, and we just have 1 week to go for the full paper. And especially some of us for doing quantitative analysis, that we are going to people collecting data from them, analyzing them. It takes some time. So how can we go about with it? Do you have any tips for us?
No, yeah, it is true that if you want to write a very good abstract, first you should write a paper, then you should start writing the abstract. It's important. If you want to write a good abstract, it's important that you first write your paper. But in this situation, you don't have time to write the paper. So I think you can write an abstract without writing a paper also. But that was a tip to make a good abstract.
Because we have seen these abstracts are
Yeah.
always written in past tense, and then we've seen the paper. Many of the cases I've seen that. So they already have the results written, and then they write the abstract. But in our case, we don't have the results, and we have nothing to write in the abstract. So
So do you have something to add?
Yeah. May I? Yes. Quickly, some quick tips. Okay. So, in general, when I write an abstract, I have an aim. So, I will come back to my ways and means, right? Yes. An abstract should have been roughly what is my aim? Point number one. Number two, why it has become my aim? Point number two, second line. What others have not done, why I should work on this. Second line. Third line, aim is described. Why that aim is described. Two checklist. Third checkpoint, how I am going to do it. What I have done. What I am planning to do in your case. But you pretend that you have already done. That's why you use past tense. Okay. 3 points are over. Fourth point, okay, I fixed my methodology, right? Methods and methodology is fixed. Third line. Fourth line, I have to. So maximum within 10 lines, you should write your abstract, ideally. Okay. But keep in mind, methodology here will only involve the keywords, no explanation. This fellow has used this method, that method, that method. That's why I'm going to use this method. No, that comes in introduction. For this particular problem, what XYZ has already done, what they have not done, why those methods failed, why I am using that comes under the motivation before you start discussing your results in towards the end of the introduction or beginning of the introduction. Okay, or after giving first always give a zeroth level general introduction, then you go for your research problem. Okay, 3 lines we have completed. Okay, so now always measurements have two methods of results, right? One is qualitative, other one is quantitative. So here comes the results. Actually, I say about my result. So this is what the method I analyzed with these hypotheses. Okay, in your commerce way of saying, I use this particular t-test, p-test, r-test, and t-tests. I made use of it. Using these statistical measure, I obtained this quantitative number. And this number, I am trying to infer this. Yes, quantitative. Then I compare few years of data and I see a trend in it. Then I say my qualitatively. Then quantitative, qualitative. 2 lines for your results. Then conclusion. So with that, your abstract is ready. Yes, correct. So you are doing a reverse engineering now. No paper, no abstract. I don't know what you are reverse engineering, okay? You know, reverse engineering implies I know I have an Enfield bullet, I can dismantle it, reassemble it. But I don't know any mechanism, any of it. I am not a mechanical engineer, I am not an electrical engineer, I am not a thermal engineer also, or a chemical engineer. But still, one does it all the time, same way. And whichever conference paper you are sending, so this why we write abstract. So there's logical question, no? I'm going to discuss my result. I should be writing in past tense what I have done. So no, there is no hard and fast rule that abstract has to be past tense. So that I wanted to eliminate from your mind. And if I am going to use present tense or present perfect or any tense, use that coherently there in your abstract. In this paper, in this article, I would like to say that way, right? It's not that it has to be always. So then you have a preconceived notion that abstract past tense, conclusion, future work, some other tense. No, no such hard and fast rule. Look at in your own area, look at the real experts, which she has already given the guidelines for the same, and look at for your 4 or 5 peoples. Because if you're submitting for a national conference, then the efforts required is very little. In the national scenario, who are all the people who are working? In the local region you're going to attend, in that local region who are all working related to your problem, try to see them. And in one way, when you're attending a local conference, if you write a better one, it helps the locality to look at those people whom they have not knowing. So that you keep in mind. But when you are doing an international scenario, then you see in your area who are all the real experts. Maybe there are 5 to 10 of them. Pick them and look at their recent conference papers because your focus is not the main article. See, you require more time. See, conference, why we have conferences, some seminars. A simple reason, I have conceived a new idea. I'm not 100% sure. See, it's not like computer science people, I told you. See, new invention, new keyword, everything in computer science and few more areas. Only they give more importance to conference, not even for letters, different journals, impact factor, they don't consider it at all. But when you are doing in an international audience, if you have to look up those 5 to 10 people, whoever has already done. Article work, abstract writing needs more fine tuning. But conference work, already the content is raw. I am not 100% sure whether it is right or wrong. And I'm placing this into the common people. Different subject experts will come and they will have a look at your poster or your oral presentation. And at times, you will think the purpose of going for seminars and conferences is to confirm whether what I have done is right, number one. And will I get new directions? You will definitely. When the subject experts in different disciplines or different domains in the same subject, when they come, everyone will have a different way of looking at the same problem. And they will give their suggestion. Those suggestions will be the starting point for you to go further. Right? Is the answer better? Yeah. But one thing I wanted to always say, there is no shortcut to success. There is no shortcut to say to how to write an abstract in 5 minutes, 2 minutes. No, not that. There is no shortcut. However, there are shortest path. If you take light, you place wherever. She is the laziest one. She will always take straight line. She always takes straight line and it follows a principle called Fermat principle. So between any 2 points you send light, it will always take the straight line. Whatever may be your nature of curved path, fluctuations you have, it will always try to find the least path. So that shortest path you have to see for yourself. That's all I can say. There is no shortcut.
So, are there any other questions?
Maybe you can give the mic so that the audience will also get a question. They may also have the same.
And when we are referring to the journal, in that might be they given that the keyword should be words which should not be coming to the title and abstract. How come that possible?
You got the question?
You're telling that whatever keywords you are searching, it should be within the abstract. Yeah, actually, you have to increase your visibility, right? So always, whatever keywords you are giving, uh, try to make it something different from what is there in already there in the title and abstract. Is that? Yeah. No, not only keyword, title and abstract. Is whatever is coming within the title, abstract, and keyword that will be visible to the other researchers. So to maximize your visibility, it is always better to uh, add new keywords. Like don't use the same keywords. Did I answer your?
Adarsh and Ashwati doesn't seem to be satisfied.
No, it's not just the keywords. Abstract and title also gives visibility. So it's to maximize your visibility, you have to give. Yeah. There can be synonyms, because whenever some researcher is searching for your work, only if they type that particular word, it will be your work will come to their literature search. So you have to increase your visibility by using synonyms of the words that you have used, or similar like that. So you have to increase your visibility. If you use the same word, actually you are cutting short, like you are yes. So
Nowadays, the synonyms are very rare. We are doing taxonomy.
okay.
So if we are finding a new species, we have to put in the title, abstract, and keyword.
Hmm. Even you can, if you are you might be focused on one particular field of study, you can give its broader keyword, which you may not have included in your, because abstract should be very focused. In few lines you have to write, so you may not be writing about it, right? So that broad topic you can give also as keyword. Yeah, it may not come in your title, it may not come in your abstract. So you have to maximize your visibility. So never put the same words which are there in the keyword and abstract as a, sorry, title and abstract as a keyword.
Okay, if there are no more questions, uh, thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful session. I hope everyone found this session very enriching and useful. So I would like to invite Ashna ma'am from the Department of English, Christ College, Irinalakuda, for the feedback of this session.
മീൻ കൊടുക്കരുത് കേട്ടോ അമ്മ
Uh,
തരാട്ടാ
online participants, can you please mute your mic?
അല്ല കുമ്പെത്തിട്ടില്ല തല കുമ്പെത്തിയ തല തിന്നണ
Hi everyone, my name is Ashna. I'm a faculty here in the English Literature Department, and some of us are research scholars here, some of you are faculties. I am both at the moment, so I am going to say the feedback from both the perspectives. So I felt that the session was extremely informative and it was very clear, concise, and very, very condensed. So I felt whatever in both the sessions, all the information I could absorb from you, I have done that. And especially one suggestion that I have for the organizers was that some of my friends who is not here at the moment right now, but they attended in the first few days and they're attending online. They are just in the process of starting their PhD or they're planning to start their research. So for them, they have complained that they came with zero base knowledge of publication, and for them some of the earlier sessions they had to take help from either me or some of their other friends to understand because they had zero foundational knowledge about it. So I felt that if we had ma'am's session in the first part, because she was very clear and concise about the publication, what to write, how to structure it, how to send it, the things to take care of while writing a paper, I felt that my friends missed out on that because that was extremely informational for somebody who's just starting out. And even regarding the databases that she has shared, I am from the literature department, so I wasn't aware of a lot of the databases that she shared, and I was checking them out while she was explaining, and it was extremely useful for even for me. So I felt really lucky to have heard about them. And as I don't know if it's because of the stream I belong to, I wasn't really aware of the reference manager, and I just found out that a lot of others use it. So finding out about reference manager was actually like a blind person seeing for the first time, because a lot of the time of my research goes towards inciting and putting it in the MLA format and rechecking it. And I think that would take away a lot of my headache. So those were extremely useful. But apart from that, it was also very clear, concise, and very, very condensed. And for that, I'm really thankful. And on behalf of everyone present here, I would like to thank you, Gayatri ma'am, for such a wonderful session. Thank you.
I would like to thank all of you for your kind attention, and I had a very good audience because of which I could deliver it properly. So, thank you, all the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Ashna, ma'am, also for the feedback and suggestions. So now we can disperse the session for the lunch break. Okay, so I request everyone to be back on by 1:45 because we need to start the session on time. Okay, so thank you, everyone.
Erebide family.
And where is it located? What is the origin of it? Origin of where, from where this particular family, why that naming convention? Oh, you are going to see. We cannot think simply. Eh? You understand what I'm saying? Moths, if you say, then butterflies, you say. Yeah, can you? 2 minutes of it, we have to finish this. Then we have to go back. We have only 40 minutes. Everybody is waiting. So still you didn't understand my question, right? See, we are all laymen. She is selling what you are going to sell, ma? Kamar, you are selling your ideas, which area? Like Arya, where is Arya? So MSME, sustainability, circular economy. So what are your product you are selling in your research?
Consumer behavior, sir.
See, so we have somebody. See, etymology, see, you started naming conventions is going, you started entomology. That's a huge thing. Then you have come down a little. Then you are little good for us. You said, okay, உனக்கு புரியுற மாதிரி சொல்றேன் பட்டர்ஃப்ளைன்னு வச்சுக்கோ போ. Then I'll ask a basic question. What is the difference between moth and butterfly? அப்படின்னு ஒரு கொஸ்டின் வரும். இப்படியே போயிட்டே இருக்கும் அனுமார் வால் மாதிரி. You have seen Hanuman's wall tell that story, no? We are good at telling stories. The problem we face now is we have forgotten how to tell the story. We have the pictures. We have the pictures, which has two numbers, qualitative result, quantitative result. How do I interpret this? How do I interpret this? What is the range with which these x-axis, y-axis, geology and biology people are big fellows. In one graph, this side one, that side one, that side one, that side one. That means 4 in 1. 4 data results in one graph. I am having very difficulty to understand one line. Second line gone. Third line totally gone. You bring in, based on the fourth line, they put a 3D picture. Fifth confusion. So that's how the interpretation is. Correct? Am I right? Am I making sense? Yes. This was invented by a mathematician actually. People are thinking if I have only 2-dimensional graph I can draw. So they thought one input, one output only can come. That's what people are thinking. But this individual mathematician, ingeniously, he got very, very big prizes. He's no more. But for him, I will not tell his name. Because nobody, I have majority women are there. Nobody bothered to answer me who is carbon lady till now. Okay? Nobody. So nobody gave a difference between politician and statesman. See, so many questions. No answers. Okay? So now we will do a simple thing. So you take your, I don't know whether We will have time to edit your CV. So those who have brought CV, you can start with that. But I would focus on lit maps because that other madam also said something. This is not a research methodology course. To answer her feedback, in general feedback, okay, feedback, sir. It's what Kirtana you're thinking, no? She gave a feedback. This fellow is giving feedbacks to feedback. The reason is this is not a research methodology course. That's where these how to write a research paper, what should be the content of it. That is not the aim of database and metrics or anything in general. And this is research and publication ethics, which is supposed to be part of research methodology. How I should do my experiments, how to I take the data, how I should not cook up my data. All these are part of research methodology. In that, it was not dealt properly. That's why there are so much of plagiarism, falsifying, fabrication, all that happen. So then these people realize, is there a way in which one could come out? So that's where if you look at UNESCO's handbook, they will tell you very clearly what is the motivation. There are two modules which are published by UNESCO, which said very clearly why research and publication ethics is important. And how did they evolve the curriculum, the way in which they have developed. The same curriculum content only is being given to you as 6 modules. Okay. So because of that, this is research and publication ethics. But Dr. Gayatri was a bit reluctant. Okay, database and metrics already Clarivate has exposed us on Web of Science for doing a library search, cataloging. From the catalog, how do I pull out data which I require for me? Then how do I organize my references using EndNote? That is, both are commercial ones. Both I need to pay. So then, is there any other way which one can do? So that's where open source came, and I also have given you a lot of references. Unfortunately, I could not give you any hands-on session. I know in the hands-on session also today I saw what is happening. That's what will happen. Okay. But at least this half an hour which we are going to do, be honest to yourself and then do. Okay. And that's what I only request you. So earlier I had planned it this way that in the slides I wanted to add, see, instead of, she said one single statement, take a research paper, put the title. That is not the correct way. And which one should I open? I have only internet connection. I didn't know about lit maps. Then how do we do the search? Google search. We are research scholars. We can do bit better. Scholar.google.com should be better because Google Bard or Google, when you put it, it goes to a large data set, right? And you remember Ramesh said one question you asked to AI, you have to cool down the computer too badly. So you can imagine Google Cloud Computer, what it will be doing. So best thing to do start is scholar.google.com. Okay. Similarly, you people, if you don't know Google Bhagwan, you ask Google Bhagwan who gives links to Onepedia. What is that? Wikipedia. Is it authentic? No. But we can do better than that. There is one more pedia. What is it? Encyclopedia. Encyclopedia variation only Wikipedia. There is something called Scholarpedia. You can have a look at that. Scholarpedia. Why I said that, like peer reviewing, but there may not be much you will find now. Say, I am talking to scholars. You are all research scholars, right? You can, when you are finishing further, when you finish your work, say for example, authors can create a blog on moths and butterflies. In that he can explain us things better, and then he will go down further. Among the butterflies, he will focus on this particular region. What is the naming convention? Why that is done? What is its features? And which are all the family of butterflies? They have a similar feature, right? See, all these information he can write systematically, which can be peer reviewed, which can be cross checked by his guide or his people who are working on entomology. They can go through it. Or even further, set of people who are working on moths and butterflies. So that's how this is what is called moderated. So if you go to that website, either it will say reviewed or moderators. So that means I can propose Adarsh name now. If I have written set of articles in Scholarpedia, I can suggest his name. I will be the set of suggest his name. I will be the editor or moderator, and he will write the article, and I will give corrections. Or I will send it to people who are working in that particular areas and ask them, okay, so and so has written this. Can you just have a feedback of it, whether it is right or wrong? Can one add extra content to it? Okay. So I'm not saying that whatever you are saying in Wikipedia is wrong. Did I say that? No. Because I've already introduced Thirukural, எப்பொருள் யார் யார் வாய் கேட்பினும் அப்பொருள் மெய்ப்பொருள் காண்பது அறிவு. ஸோ இப்போதைக்கு எல்லாமே சுக்குமி லகுதி பீலி சுக்கு மிளகு திப்பிலி 3 ingredients. Right now whatever you are hearing is Greek and Latin, but at least this couplet you go and find out an English meaning, proper English meaning, okay, and then have it for yourself. Okay, see this similar thing, so that's how the community gets developed. That's why I'm trying to tell you. See, now you will be referring Wikipedia and doing cut copy paste and making your notes and all that, but when you are finishing, at least towards the end of your PhD, whatever research work you have done, say for example Kirtana has done on consumer behavior, so that consumer behavior in Kerala, she can write a blog, and then it can be moderated and it can be put up in Scholarpedia. But the level has to be international level. You should bring it. Okay, am I making sense? Yes. So now let's come back here. It says, are we familiarized with these terms like keyword, author, DOI? What is DOI? Digital, yes. Digital object identifier. So everything, whatever may be the paper, whatever may be your manuscript, it may be published, reviewed, unreviewed, everything has an identity in the web. That is what is called DOI. In general, this is the identifier if you have to give a validity for your work. Okay, it may be Scopus, it may be SEI, it may be SEIE expanded. It's going to get, it's going to expand its domain from Scopus to, it is going to go to SEI, but eventually it will go after a few years, they will see. So based on various metrics she introduced, right? How many articles are published, how much time it is taking, how many people are reading those articles. Depending on that, SEIE will eventually will become a science citation index journal. It will become. In your case, commerce and literature, ISBN, right? ISBN, ISSN you have. Even in that, there is an extra restriction which was recently released. Please have a look at that. Periodically go through one particular journal when you are doing your work. 2018, I told you, right? This COPE, UGC Vice Chairman Patavardhan, they wrote set of things for Indian people. So from that article only, everything started. Your RPE is a culmination of that. Research and publication ethics happened after the Committee of Publication Ethics, COP, released its document, what needs to be done. 2018 it was released, 2019 nothing happened. The 19 end, they said November or October, they said definitely this 2 credit course has to be added with this curriculum, and by that time you are going to attend a valedictory address by one of the editors who wrote this ethics book, which Linto also shared with you that information, correct? Yes. So that's where they have laid the deadline. In that, there is one website which is given. I think that RTF file I shared, somebody had written there, this UGC care list is updated regularly. They have created a website where all these fake journal lists will be periodically updated. Okay, please watchful of that. And recently, I think a month ago or 2 months ago, see, now you don't require SCI journal or impact journals. You are aware of it? Are you aware of it? At least science people, till last year, minimum 2 SCI journal papers you need to have for you to graduate with impact factor, But now that barrier is also removed now. Now that is also not there. It's not removed in the sense, it's not made mandatory. It's not mandatory. It's not compulsory. If you don't publish, you don't perish. You have to perish, right? So that's why, right? Similarly, make use of this management social studies people. You can make use of publish or perish offer. It uses science also you can use. The publish or perish also gives you, it connects almost all the databases available in the network. And it is done by a woman librarian. Okay. Woman librarian plus management background. Okay. Harris. I asked her spelling that day. Okay. So now we will come back here. So we should know keywords. So let's just quickly say circular economy. I know only that word now. So or otherwise, Vishnu will say, sir, put taxonomy, sir. Ah, why not? But majority always wins. I have more art students than science. So the same thing you can try in your mobile also. Huh? Hmm? Online participants, you want them to see. Yeah. If you want to share, no problem. I have to say, you do, please. Oh, you are asking me to. Oh, madam is suggesting something. Oh, some people are there. Oh, they are asking you. Yeah. So now, so what is the first hit list it says? Oh, I have to go up. Oh. Right? So which one do we choose? The same way, see, I can give, what are all the things we can give? See, if you are very specific, if you know that this particular author is working in my area, you can go to the DOI, directly give that. Yes? So what are all the things we can give? I don't know anything. I'm starting from beginning, then keywords. So I'm giving the keyword circular economy now. Similar way, you can put whatever you want and search there. I want you to search there and create a network to yourself, whatever may be your area, literature, anything. See, ideally, I should tell you a little bit of computer science for AI, in the sense, how do we search effectively, right? See, there are things. Have you heard of Boolean operators? So there are. If you go to Google and even Google search, you can do a much better job. How to do Google search properly? You put no in Google Chrome browser. One more parallelly. See, this is what you will see. I will be going back and forth, and in half an hour, you will see what are all the things I do. So one side you have it here. Oh, you created good. So you created the network. Okay. So and I see now your research proposal, if you have in your hand, please, as what Gargi said was far fetching in the sense straight away going to AI app. We are only, see, that's why safely I chose lit maps today for a simple reason. So there are 3 or 4 people who asked me. So my DC is over, RAC is over, DC committee is formed, or you call it RAC committee, we call it IIT, we call it doctoral committee. So now it is renamed as Research Affairs Committee. It has become Affairs. Keep in mind, Affairs. Okay, highlight. Okay, Foreign Affairs. I'm meaning that. Okay, Trade Affairs. Okay, Tribal Affairs. Okay, that affairs I'm meaning. So now they've changed that. So then, see, ideally, a research problem is already conceived. The proposal is written. After that, only registration is through. So then for some reason, the RAC committee forms, and then they say that this problem, either you have not convinced the RAC members because it's your problem. But unfortunately, in India, what is happening? It's not your problem. Most of the time it is. Most of the time it is. The research proposal is written by us. Inda Bhagavati, quicker. You only wrote. Okay, good. You have to write again. Okay, good. That's a good practice. You get it rejected. So that is actually, it's not a rejection. You learn that. Okay. So they give you a feedback, and based on the feedback, you correct it. What is right, what is wrong. Okay. And was it a positive feedback, negative feedback? We have only two things in life. The feedback given was good or bad. First, see, always first rejection. Okay. Why? See, the reason. See, the answer comes straight away.
At the first proposal which I submitted to the university, it was rejected at the site itself. I was the first one to present. I presented it with confidence, but the topic was rejected because some students from the same department did the same area. It was not the exact topic, but my topic was covered by my fellow friends. So therefore, I had to change my topic. So I took entirely different area so that it never gets rejected again.
So that's a good exercise, right? That's a good exercise. So we learn from our mistakes. Yeah. So that you made that mistake because you didn't look at the database. So now you can do a better job, right? Okay. So let's come back now. Let's come back. So if I don't know anything, the proposal, I chose this because right now they have written something. They know how to write. Now they know the flow in which it needs to be done. The problem area they have to change now. So those 2, 3, whoever asked me, I request you, put in the keywords, which area you want to work, create the network for you. And the question which they asked me, I am not an economist, I am a poor physicist. But for economists, I would like to tell you, I told you about constraint theory. There is also an area called econophysics. Okay, there is. There are voluminous amount of work which is done, which is being done. Okay, just to say that. So that means I need to expand my horizons. The question which they asked me was related. Again, I speculated exactly where they were driving. Self-help group, women self-help group, women, the timetable fixing. That's what one madam asked. I'm not able to find her. So she asked me, so she has written something very similar to what Bhagavati said. That work is already done. So the RESC suggested, yeah, this is already done by many people. Why are you doing the same thing? It will not be accepted by the community because it's already done so much. So then she slightly modified that. And she is asking the question to me. I'm not an economist. She is giving me this first point. She said, I would like to do timetable related things. General workplace timetable, how that is going to create stress and how do you manage that? First statement, then she added extra. I'm going to do it for all women organization. Then she added extra self-help, extra in it. See, how do I identify these three are important? So broad title she has. Then she added extra constraint. Number 1, number 2. So what you are going to do now, the same 2, 3 people or whoever you are now, first you start the keyword circular economy. So for example, I have started. Then I know what I have to do it with Arya. I will step by step, I will go as an example. You take your case, start with just a simple keyword and see how many hits you are getting. Why I am doing this? Because context is important for computer, especially the neural network. Where do I start and where do I end depend on my input. So what we call training the network, we call. See, you are all the networks I'm going to train you now. Okay. We start the training with the keyword. Can you just start? Any keyword related to your work which you want to do. Any keyword related to your work. Yeah, many have created the network. So then what is the next step you do? You created, you can do something. Hmm. So ideally, as I told you, with the Boolean logic, if you familiarize yourself with Google, then if you use the same logic here, this will do a better job. But right now, We have very little time. Whatever time we have, we will try. So first step, you give a general keyword. With that, you get your literature, right? Done. You take one article among the network created, which has maximum citation. Now you create the map. So the various ways in which you can do, we will do a simple thing. So you choose any one of the article. So in case if you know already, you can start from where you know already. See, what are all the options we had? Keywords, then DOI, then authors, then uh, huh? Yeah, see, this is what is important. See, most of the time, what do we do? At the moment it's easy, no? Then we don't bother what is extra there. So let's just start from beginning. See, what are all things which are there? See, what is given is they're just saying for guideline, keyword, author name, if you know, you can give. I am making, see, why the keywords are given first? Because they have no clue of this. See, I have a specific database, archive ID. So that in.archive.org, which I told you, in that, if I know the archive ID, that means I know whose work, who is the author, what I want to search, I know already. So then I can feed in that. Then it will give you the articles which are related to that particular article ID which you given that content. It will create a map, literature map. So next one, similar, very similar. So it's not that only these two are there, something similar. See, which you can, how do you find? About, you go, you look at the features, then you can identify little further. See here, there are only two databases they have given. What is that? What is the other one? PubMed. So mostly biology, life sciences, medicine, most of the things will come under PubMed Central. So nowadays, nowadays we have disciplines. The disciplines have become allied major we had. So then we have interdisciplinary, intradisciplinary, cross-disciplinary. We have all these conventions have come. So though I say that PubMed will have only this, but predominantly it will have. But economy also will affect. So for example, bioplastics we saw. Bioplastics for preserving circular economy. So the moment you say bioplastics, content related to that, there are bioplastics which are carcinogenic. So then you will find such articles to be found in the PubMed. Okay, just for example. So the next one is also very similar, but instead of an open database ID, I know that particular journal, that journal's identity I know, that is DOI. Then you can directly give that here. See, these are all way of making your search even more refined. Okay. And then you have author. So this is, I will be able to do, provided I know the experts working in my area. For literature, probably it is easier search. For science people, unless and otherwise your respective guides, mentors, they will tell you, this is the area I am working, and these are all the people who are working nationally, internationally. If you have that information, then you can use that key author directly. You don't know anything, then you start from the keyword afresh. Okay. So is that clear? So is there, if you have questions like, sir, only these two databases are there, why are there other databases included? You go to about and look at the features, definitely that will be, other databases will be there. Here they are giving only the logical order. See, if I just say here, keyword, author, DOI alone, then you will have a tendency, oh, open database lang illa. Litmap itself is freely doing everything for you, right? Yes or no? We are not doing anything. They are doing the work for you, right? Whatever you have to create the network, they are creating the network for you and giving it to you. So, open source, it will be there. Okay. So now you can continue. So then the next refined. So in circular economy, what I want to do, there are so many titles which comes. You go further in that. Next level. Yeah. If the citations are low in your area, that's what you are saying. Yeah. Yeah. So that's where authors will help, experts. See, for example, I did my PhD in an area called quantum chaos. Okay, quantum chaos is the area where I did my PhD. See, apart from me, only 5 people are working in the world on that. When I was working, it was like that. Only 10 people, 15 people overall the world will be working. The mentors wise, if you look at, only 4 or 5 are working in that area, core quantum chaos. Obviously, my journals, except few cases, if I publish in those particular journals, which will be 100 years, 150 years old, but impact will be 1, 1.2, 1.5, that much only. But in the community, it is well recognized. The community, that means the scientific community, the people who are working in your area, related area, they know the standard of the journal because they are the one who is reviewing indirectly, directly. Because there are only, I told you, I have only countable number of people working in that area. So that is the reason impact factors are illusionary, in my opinion. See, inflated also. Say, for example, life science articles, medical articles, chemistry, inflated. There are nowadays, I have seen hardcore chemistry worker. போய் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா environmental science and engineering, there is one journal in ACS. It will be there in that. You send it to core in same American Chemical Society, same article, if you send it to specific physical chemistry or organic, inorganic chemistry, subject-based journal, if you send, it will be rejected. But it will be accepted in this environment sustainability journal, which will have more impact factor than the other one also on the core. This kind of disparity is very much there. Okay. So to answer her, if the citations are low, that's all. People are not, people who are working on that is very little. That's the reason you are not able to find. So only way in which you popularize that used to show, make the importance of it in a slightly different way. Right? That is the only way. Yeah. Go further. Go further. So I want you to go. You are refining little further. Yes. Hmm.
we said we said that while making literature review, we have to collect articles from standard journal or peer-reviewed journal. So how will we make sure that the litmap recovers peer-reviewed or
How do you find whether litmaps takes care? That's where the answer lies very much there, right? So you can go to the journal, right? So the moment you get some article, one more issue is there. The issue is in general with this archive kind of articles. Some of the times the version I told you, we also discussed about embargoes, right? Similarly, articles, the gold and green route. If they give green route, it is easier. Whatever version updated, only the formatting will be different, it will be given. But otherwise, what we will have, we will not have the actual article. But most of the authors are genuine. You email them, they will give you. But instead of that, what do? We use iHub or some other source and get the article, right? That's what we do. To quickly answer your question, you look at that particular journal, go here, and then I have also given you certain databases. What will it tell you? It will tell you there are web pages available. I have added in that. And I think, Gayatri, did you add any databases where they can find the impact factor of journal? Journal finders you have given, right? You have mentioned in your PPT. Yeah. So you can go there. So then that will give you the information whether this journal is genuine or not. One is finding whether it is fake first. That is the first step. Second, once you have identified this is a genuine journal, then you go to that particular journal's website and undo. Okay. And even prior to that, one more step prior to that, check the last 5 years impact factor for that particular journal before you proceed to the next step of going to the journal. So first step, go to these particular websites or databases which I told you, identify it is not fake. Understood. So it's not fake. Then the next step, go to the second website which I mentioned, where you can look at the last 5 years impact factor. Look for this particular journal, where it is standing. 2 checklist, done. Then you go to this particular journal, look up for the particular keywords. You feed in there also, you do your search in a refined manner and get the articles which you are interested. Correct? Am I answered? Yes. The same thing you can try now. Go a little further. So you just took the general keyword, then you go one step further. I told you, look at one particular article among the all and which has the maximal impact factor and Now refine your search based on that article. So now your input is going to be different. Yeah, you just come here. I mean, your friend is there, so I'll come there. Many have done it actually. Yeah. Yeah, double click that. Now you take this, copy this title, put it there. Yeah. Copy this title. Yeah, you can do with that, but this is not the ideal way, but you can do it. And then start your feeding now. Search with this. Create the network with this particular article. So now you can see the similarity now. See now, see now, this network is you're expanding now. Okay. And when I am doing this particular exercise, one thing which you have to check, you choose this particular article. See, I'm doing 2-in-1 now to answer madam also partly. That's why the exercise I just changed now. Earlier, my plan was to make you total literature survey itself. For that, that means Arya has to start from circular economy. You have to minimum 100 and 150 articles you have to collect. And to complete her statement, when that online question when they asked, when I do a thesis, minimum there should be textbooks should be there, references. What should be there? Textbooks. Because without definitions, a thesis can never be written. Okay. Then review articles. What is the second one? Review articles. Then you can have MS, PhD thesis of different people. After that only you go for articles. Articles also you can have peer reviewed articles of various levels. Okay, so I don't want to go into that. Articles, the moment I say conference proceeding is also once peer reviewed, it becomes an article, published material. Okay, but without this, the thesis will not be complete. See, no thesis can never be written without a textbook. There should be minimum 1 or 2 textbook definitely will be there in that subject area, which should be referred, right? Similarly, first point is literature survey. First point is creating the database. So when I give circular economy, you know what RA can do? Take that keyword, look at those article, get the network, and take that article, download them, and then put it in Mendeley. And that will do the organization for you. You don't have to bother about file naming and all that. That you bother later. Put all these in one place. And who will take care of the job? Litmaps has created the network of articles for you. It has done the literature survey. But what is your job here? I said first keyword, then you go further, right? So that refining, you have to do it in a systematic manner. But when you are starting, that time you will not have any clue. Yes, am I making sense or yes or no? Many seems to be still post-lunch syndrome I'm seeing. It's called post-lunch syndrome. It's not a disease, syndrome. It's only symptoms, okay? May or may not be existing that way. That's why I said that. Not everybody will have. Yeah, so then can we go further? So now more than one article you can choose. What is the next level of complexity you can add to the network? So you want to confuse the network, right? See, first we took one keyword. In that keyword, we took what is the maximal cited, then you created a network. Obviously, maximum cited, maximum connection. If you take maximum of that another maximum, then that will be even more bigger network. You understand what I am saying? Yes? So now there are AI tools available. I mean, there was one, what was the fourth one which you mentioned? Reference, ref work. So that ref work does even more better. Okay. There are, see, if you, this is where Twitter and all we can effectively use. In that one fellow, after seeing this, somebody posted the lit map. He is from economics background or something. He was working on one specific area. This fellow took this lit map as a role model. He created a network in that particular domain itself, separately one more app. Only in that particular set domain which is even more focused. If you take that app and then use it, it does your search even more effectively. Okay, so then you have to, what you have to do, you should know those kind of things. Sometimes it pops up, you have to follow up things. Okay, go further. Let's do further. Add more than one. So this is one way. So now you have taken an article, right? The same lit map, you will see, if I take a thesis, what do you think will happen? Because thesis is also put there. In some databases, thesis is also available. What do you think will happen? So your senior's thesis, somebody in your lab, you put your thesis title in that. Put the thesis title of your seniors, if you know, roughly. Put that and create a lit map and see the difference. And I would say every step, whatever trial you are making, save them. Save them in some text. Okay. Otherwise, whatever the modification you are doing, you will forget. Test 1, test 2, test 3, like that. And one more thing, when you are doing this Boolean search, a, an, the, are, of, for, all these words are neglected. No conjunction will be taken by a network. Because the network knows how to form a sentence. It has already been trained to form a sentence and statement. Arya, I will do some test of the network. Let's see how it works. So you have done something. You put circular economy plus sustainability in that keyword. One more test which I am trying now. Yeah, now you can take any one of them and create a network based on that. Take that as a starting point. I gave some partial feedback to your feedback, ma'am. You can ask. So I said this is not a research methodology course. That's why it could not be done. And moreover, the curriculum is fixed by UGC. And that is one. And this is in addition to research methodology. This is augmenting research methodology, actually. So that way, that's how it is. Yeah. I mean, I'm not denying what they said. And the logical order is how do I do research is most important. Actually, what happens is we skip the first 3 days. First 3 days are the most important. If you understand the first 3 day content, it's obvious that I will not have any, I will not worry about ethics misconduct and publication misconduct or research misconduct. I will not be worrying, provided first day and second day, that is philosophy of science, which should have been the first one, RPE 1 and 2. If the ideas in RPE 1 and 2 are clear, 3, 4, 5, 6 are just a subsidiary. And sixth one validates and supports us. Actually, people, why do they like sixth one first? Because straight away answer, no? It's like database and metrics. Straight away I do search and then I get some result, I get output. They think that is output. Whether that output is relevant, whether correct, wrong, whether it is properly done, all these requires the remaining first 3 days. But unfortunately, it's a fast food world. People want everything short and sweet. Yeah. See, now Ajit is trying a keyword with and quotes, right? See, the same logic which one can use for Google search. Actually parallelly I gave one more exercise. Many didn't do. What was that? How to do effect? I have to Google search. Yes. Now Bhagade will tell us how to effectively do a Google search. Quickly. Sir, Marakalla. If you have make that assumption, we will meet after 10 years. Okay, we will meet after 10 years, wherever part of the country, wherever part of the world. I will remember Bhagavati's name. I will remember how you tackled Professor Sundar sir. Okay. Okay, I will remember very clearly. I will even that modulation I will remember. Decibel. Suddenly the internet is spike. Do it quickly tell me. Quickly tell me. So that those things you can try.
Yeah. My search on Google was like this: how to search Google effectively. That was the search that I gave. If there are any changes to this, you can tell me. And the first one I got was the 10 tricks to use Google search more effectively. Can I go with that, sir? Or should I search for something else? Yeah.
Even here, the statement which is written, what she wrote,
How to search Google effectively.
how to search Google effectively. See, understand? How to search Google effectively. You're searching Google office.
No, sir. Sir, but then the answer that came to me was how 10 tricks to use Google search more effectively.
See, this is how network is trying now. See, what did I tell you? It doesn't matter to, are, far, in, all this doesn't matter. I told you. See, it forms. This comes from for brain work. I don't have to tell you the statement. You just alter the keywords. The brain will quickly analyze and reshuffle and give you. So we have done a lot of Facebook games. Meme test, some tests and all will come. No, then and there. If you do this test, they will tell you your character.
Okay.
Now you can tell them.
Yeah. The first point, it gives a search a website for exact keywords. So, for example, if you want to search PC World for security, you would have to enter security in quotes, double quotes. So, in them, as well as the key variations such as secure. Security and secure goes in hand. So, secure also you can type with double quotes. That's the first one which gives me. The second one is search for an exact phrase. For that is the example is punched paper tape reader is your phrase, punched paper tape reader. Then this will only return results that contain the exact same words in the exact same order as what you put in the quotes. So it won't return results such as punched tape or paper tape. That words won't be given. When you give a phrase completely, what Google gives you back is the same thing with all those words, the result with all those words. So if you want to have a change, Pakistan.
இவ்வளோ வேகமா பேசினா எப்படிமா? So most of the people, how many people understood what she said? So first thing which she said is, what is the keyword? What was the keyword? You shouldn't say it. You are lifeline. You shouldn't speak. What is the keyword? Security. Even PC security, personal computer security, right? PC security. Then you added PC security in quotes, right? So PC separately you can give, PC plus security you can give. So this all the time, it's not that only the keyword I will know. I can not, I want to restrict even further, let's say. See, the keyword, if I give only security, so many search, actually the landscape is so high now. Okay. Then you are adding extra, then PC added. So then it will reduce the domain. Even in PC security, there are so many other options available, right? This is one way. Other way is when research, when we do, it's not that one single keyword I can confine, more than one keyword, or I want exact phrase. So that's where she said, what is that? Punched paper. Punched paper tape reader. So punched paper tape reader. So it will do map for these 4 keywords. See now how many keywords are there? These 4 words, the neural network will go and look up in the database, whichever available. It will do a text match actually. It will do a text match. So these 4 words For it, what should be the mathematical logic in which it will do? What is the mathematical logic, digital logic in that? So we have 2 minutes, we will stop. So this is logical and or logical or? And ano or ano? So what is and, what is or? 9th 10th max மதி அதுக்கு மேலாம் தேவையில்லை. 9th 10th டிஜிட்டல் லாஜிக். அது ஆறானு, இது அண்டான். ஸோ 1 1. So this is completely and actually. It is too restricted actually. Understand? So first word, how many ands are required in between? 3 or 4. How many and logic will be there? அப்பா கரெக்ட் ஆன்சர் தான். ஏன்னா மொத்தம் இருக்கிறதே 4 கீவேர்டு தான். One with the next, next with the next, next with the next. So it's a logical restriction you increase. Then exact match only it will give. Okay. So you understand what I am trying to tell you people. So these kind of linear combinations you can try. Okay. So the time is almost up. This is what will happen when we do. If you see, you forget. If you look, you remember. If you do, you understand. Now you will understand. Okay. I hope so. Okay. So with that, I'll stop the session. It's going to be 2:45 now. We have to reassemble there. Okay. So 2:45, I'm done. So I will, you can, oh. So you want to formally give a thank and all, enough introduction, enough thanking. Okay. So before I leave, I take this opportunity to thank Christ College management and Dr. Linto for providing me an opportunity to interact with wonderful people. Okay. I enjoyed every bit of it. I troubled many of you. I know I'm good at it. I will do that. I'm keep doing it. And because I like you. That's the only reason. No other reason. No other reason. And there are few things which I wanted to tell you. When I discuss with people, I found a few things. I'm also contemplating for about 1 or 2 decades. And one more thing which I wanted to tell you in terms of writing, you try to learn what is called LaTeX. I mentioned about it. Without mentioning, I will not skip. Especially this document writing, you can make use of LaTeX. So this formatting your CV, especially if you want a very polished CV, very neatly arranged, then you can use LaTeX. LaTeX. Okay. Yeah. And then Ashwati is not there. Otherwise, she would have said, "Sir, type, sir, type, sir." And there is I always believe in these things are hands-on. There is one LaTeX book on hands-on things there. I'll just try to share it with Lindo sometime. It's available in the internet. That's very good. So that gives you, it will teach you the first how to create a document, how to create an article, report, thesis, all that it will tell you step by step. And every step there will be an exercise. You will learn only through exercise. You will learn only through exercise. See now, LaTeX when I do, so you can see, LaTeX is a document preparation system. So if I give LaTeX in LaTeX typesetting, if I run the thing, so this is how the output will look. So you can see the typesetting, same level, top, superscript, subscript, that variation it shows, right? So this you can make use of it. So nowadays, if you don't have Office also, if you don't have, no problem. This LaTeX is OS independent, number one. Windows it will work, Linux it will work, Mac it will work. Any other OS you go, it will work. Okay. Only the basic package which is required need to be written. So earlier that was the case. So now you have these kind of things. Overleaf is one example. It's not the end of it, and there are many of them. See, this is an online tech editor. There are a lot of templates available. See, some more things I wanted to tell you. Exchange, tech exchange is there. And Quora, instead of Quora, there is also subject specific exchange of ideas. This exchange with the tag you have websites. And that will give you logical things. There will be most of the people will be experts in that area. One example which I said for tech is tech exchange. Okay. Exactly tech related, whatever problems which one faces, template I want to write this way, that way, is it possible to do? You put that question, there will be answer already there. Okay. See now, you see this document already you can see like a program. So you template are already available. You just take the template, you put your title, date, whatever document you want to create. So this is how the output will look. The margin, left, right, top, bottom, everything you can modify. Everything. So there is something called style file, something called class file. So these things are also available. You can modify that. Say for example, sir, University of Calicut gives times room on 1.5 spacing. Can I do? You can do. Everything you can modify. You can add those fonts also into that. Okay. So later. So one more thing which I wanted to tell you is R, capital R. Okay. Possible I'm been contemplating for quite some time to conduct workshop on R, but I would like to do it for life science separately. Life science and geology can be combined, and chemistry probably few subjects can be combined. Social science, the approach is different. Maths and statistics will be hardcore. That will be very tough on us. Never ever go for a R workshop with this domain specific, without domain specificness, then you will never use R. You will forget using R. Okay. And other simplest option is Python. So Python, you have a package called Anaconda. Install that. It will understand R. You get a code with R somebody has done. You just put in this. There is a small add-on inside this. Anaconda is a big package, like Anaconda, which is very big. This has so many hundreds and thousands of application in it. Okay, especially zoology people, you have this BioPython is there. You should install and learn those things. It doesn't matter whether you are in uh, whether you're working on taxonomy, moths, anything. It doesn't matter. You should learn these things, which will be very effective and useful. Okay, with that I thank once again. Thank you. I don't think we require any formal thing. We can feedback you have to give. Huh? Yo. Huh. 2 minutes. 3 மணிக்கு அங்க இருக்கணும் நான் 5 நிமிஷம் தான்.
Yes, sir. No, actually, this feedback session was given to me. I don't know where this computer ran away without inviting me. So I invite myself. No need, sir. I'll do it myself. So my name is Bhagavati, and I'm a research scholar in Commerce Department. So morning when Shilpa told me to do a feedback, I was thinking how to give a feedback to Meenakshi, sir. So I'll start like this. உவப்பத்தலை கூட்டி உழப்பு பிரிதால் அனைத்தே புலவர் தொழில். This is a Tirukular verse and it's 394, which says, "It is the prowess of scholars that meetings bring delight and departures leave memories." A very good afternoon to one and all. So it's my privilege to give a vote of thanks to Meenakshi Sundaram sir, because I've been asking Shilpa regularly, please give me a feedback, please give me a feedback. But the problem was I leave by 3 o'clock. The program will end only by 5:30. So today also I have a small emergency, but then I said I'll finish his class and tell the feedback, and then only I'll leave home today. At the very outset, I would like to thank Meenakshi sir for coming here. And to talk about him, at the very first outset, when we got the poster, one name which struck, I think almost all of us, would be his name. I remember all of us looking at this name.
Hello. They are trying to.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So could you please try sharing your screen, sir?
Okay.
He served as the Dean of Physical Research Laboratory, Vice President of Indian National Science Academy, Vice President of International Quaternary Union, member of CSIR Committee on its Code of Ethics, member of Science Program Committee of United Nations Year of Planet Earth, the Executive Board of IGBP PAIDS co-project, and leader of 2 UNESCO IGCP program on global deserts, and editorial board of 10 international journals, and chair of DST and MOS PAMC committee besides many others. As vice president, he coordinated an inter-academy recommend the concept of one nation, one subscription for open access of scientific literature is now being implemented. Professor Singhvi provides 17 PhDs published 120 plus papers in peer-reviewed journals with an H-index of 69,800 plus citations. He edited or authored 7 books and 15 conferences, including the book on ethics in science, education, and governance. He is the fellow of Indian National Science Academy, Indian Academy of Sciences, National Academy of Sciences, the World Academy of Sciences, and the Geological Society of London. As a Ford Foundation Fellow at UK and US, Humboldt Foundation Fellow and DFG Research Professor, Germany, Raja Ramanna Fellow, AE, and the Serb JC Bose National Fellow. His many honors include Geological Society of America's Farouk El Baz Award for Desert Research, Hoyle Prize, Wasvik Award, Mahal Sani Senatory Medal of India Serbian Science Congress 2013, National Geoscience Award for Excellence in 2014, of Ministry of Mines, IGU's Medal in 1980, Decennial Medal in 2005, and Hari Narayan Lifetime Achievement Award in 2020. Contribution to sciences. We are deeply honored to have you, sir. I warmly welcome Dr. A.K. for this.
Yes. So it's audible, sir. You may go ahead.
I'm hearing a lot of echo, Lindo. Hello?
Yeah. Once we turn off our
Hello? Lindo?
hello.
I hear quite a bit of echo coming back, so I'm not able to hear properly.
Actually,
Can you hear me
once
properly?
when we turn off the mic of the hall here, it will be all right. So once I finish this, we will mute. Then you can continue. Is that okay?
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Thank you.
You tell me when to start. So.
You may start now, sir. Please.
Can I start?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, friends. Good afternoon. I'm extremely thankful to Dr. Lintu and the St. Xavier's College who have invited me to an important event. And I can see that you had a feast of lectures for the last week on various aspects of research and publication ethics. And I have heard some of the talks online, and I found you had extensive exposure to scientific conduct, publication ethics, philosophy and ethics, open access, publication misconduct, web of science and endnote, AI tools, IPR, database, and publication matrices. I'm sure you would have enjoyed the feast of talk, and now I realize why Dr. Linto asked me to give the valedictory lecture. Normally, the inaugural and the valedictory talks are given by the people who are least informed about the subject. So that we have. We are into a stage where global are of future of growth. They have already great belief. That everybody lives in a manner that he can decide his or her own future and lives with certain self-respect and dignity. And these are important aspects which are being increasingly ignored. We need to have a set of sustainable lifestyle, and we still do not know what we should call as sustainable. Is a lifestyle in a village is sustainable, or in America is sustainable? And why should not everybody get the same lifestyle? How do we achieve through science is an important question. We have to worry about cyber security, biological warfare, and it's already happening to us every day. The fact that you get Google messages and every time you search something indicates to you that you are being looked into by others. Your profiling is being done every day, and they know exactly your thinking, your processes of approach, and everything associated with it. So the personal space of a person you already invaded, it's a matter of time that all other spaces will be invaded. With population, we have to worry about poverty, inequality, economics, and education, and I'll come to it in a minute. But it's true that very few people have the access to good education. India is an example. All countries have an issue, and I'll come to it. Future of jobs. With the new technology coming in, many of the old jobs will vanish, like medical diagnostics will vanish. You will put a finger in a machine and all your blood picture will come up, or you have an X-ray which will be screened and analyzed by a AI-induced image analysis software. So where will those pathologists and radiologists will go? We need to think about it. We need to worry about how well we can use artificial intelligence and machine learning. We need to worry about extinctions. We have seen many are happening. We talk about biodiversity, but it will increase only. There are many areas in the world oceans that the fishes are extinct now. And how will they replenish and do that? We need to safeguard ourselves from technological exploits. And we would also worry about, are our minds being programmed? Our future society may have people with programmed minds that you are totally conditioned and programmed to do what somebody else instructs you to do. How do we take care of those? Pandemics, we have faced one, and many more are on the way. So we need to be worried about this. An important aspect that has happened, and it was talked to you in a very effective manner by Dr. Sundar Sakurai, that personal disconnect is increasing. We tend to talk to each other on cell phones rather than one-to-one person. And I think it's really stressing the social fabric. And we are not living in a society of one-to-one interactions. Fake news is yet another area that we have to worry about. Now, the important areas which we need to think, and the people are thinking globally, are what is the focus of our scientific research should be. Should it be all basic sciences or applied sciences or both? So it should be whether the science should be light-bearing or a food-bearing science. Increasingly, the focus is shifting to food-bearing science, and Governments are willing to fund only those sciences which will give you results tomorrow. You need to worry about that part of it, because basic science is the kind of a nest which will allow us to create more applied aspects. So far, till a few hundred, till 50 years ago, we did science for the sake of doing science, for fun, to understand, explore some unknown aspect of nature. Then the technology that came from science went further, and that entered our life so much that now technology drives science and vice versa and the society. Today we talk about MRI to a cell phone without even realizing that how does it work. And now with this technology, the expectations of the society from the science is increasing to it. So there has to be a balance between science, society, and technology, and vice versa. And when I say science, is all academia included. In fact, academia should be the word. Science is because I work in science. There is an aspect of trust deficit due to adverse impact of technology. And we have seen the acrimonious debates on vaccines to monsoons to and all kinds of things are happening. People don't trust science. People have views on science without even knowing about it. Today, a weather forecast which goes wrong will immediately attract a reaction from the society, from people on the street, why science is not working, without even realizing whether a immune system is totally predictable or not. So there is a mismatch and there is a mistrust which is growing now. Whereas the fact is that we are most comfortable today because of science than we were ever before. We have all the securities today that we ever had before. But still, there is an increasing unhappiness about the adverse impact of technology and hands-on science. Another issue that is coming up is who should manage science. The credibility issues have been brought in. Should science be managed by scientists? And how can they manage being the stakeholders themselves? Should it be outsiders like bureaucrats? Should it be a politician like Trump or anybody else? We need to think about it. And these are strong debates going on. And all of them eventually will come to the ethical conduct of our own. Future of jobs I mentioned, we have to reskill people into new technology. The many of the jobs will vanish. I don't have the time to talk about those, but many jobs will vanish. And how do we teach now that our students in the future are so agile that they can adopt to new technologies without a problem, difficulties? The new technologies have raised issues of new ethics. Till now, all the innovations, all the technological innovations were local, effective. That means a railway engine will affect the local environment, facilitate a few, but it will not have an effect elsewhere. With the technology, with the use of technology, now we are impacting not only the present, but the future. And a good example is global change, that even if you stop all the emissions today, it will be about 200 years before we will reach somewhere near our expected values of emissions. We are affecting not only our future, but our futures of great grandchildren. There are issues of autonomous human beings, autonomous genome editing, human programming or human mind, all kinds of things which need a lot of ethical connect and consideration which we need to think about as a society. For the country like India, we need to have data for national growth in terms of population, in terms of how many scientists and engineers we will need to service our requirement of 1.4, 1.5, 1.6 billion people. And how do we meet those requirements? What should be our model of education? Right now, it is a knee-jerk model where a new technology will attract more courses, and in a few years' time, they become defunct, and IT is a good example. There are not many takers of IT now that they were 10 years ago. And in all this, we need to think is where is it our social responsibility that is will come in. One of the things I like to bring to notice is the support for science. And it is a very famous consideration on how does science and its impact flow back to the investor. Why should the government fund you? Why should they invest in you? Why should they take risk in your science? Because the returns from the basic research cannot be realized in the near future. It may be 10 years, 20 years, 50 years. In 1905, we had the photovoltaic effect. We now use it without even realizing it, that everywhere else we are using is photovoltaic effects in one way or the other. It takes 50, 100, maybe more to even realize that. But this basic research done today is important to service the future. The second aspect which is important is, and that is linked to the IPR, that earlier what we did in a lab remained in the lab more or less until you formally published it. Now with Twitter, with social media, you share your news and people very quickly realize what is happening in your lab, and they can, somebody else sitting in America or Chicago or Brazil or somewhere can essentially monetize your science through patents. So we need to be very careful about how do we safeguard ideas generated by a group, by a person, from being posed by others. Another aspect of ethics that you will bear. Basic research does not lead to immediate return for public good. That is true. And the worrisome aspect is that shift of emphasis by the governments, not only in India, elsewhere, from more appropriable R&D to more D and then less of R. More of D and less of R is what worrisome. Other areas which are immediate concern, as I mentioned, was the rate of change. We had industrial revolution that took 200 years, then IT took 20, 30 years, AI, ML are happening on a day-to-day basis. Now, how does an average person in the society keep track of these changes, and how does we ensure that he still remains secure and not exploited due to technology? Everything you do is cell phone or everything, you are being transparent and your own data is being shared by many others. How do we safeguard the interests of the future? As also handled the society to cope up with these challenges. How do I make sure that my people in a village are safe from this innovation? And you must have seen the movies like Jamtara or other movies where a person can easily hack your phone and then your account and everything without your knowing. And it's happening day by day. Future of jobs, I've mentioned about it. Second thing is the low education base. In the rate of, with the increasing technology, our education base has to increase. Otherwise, based on fake news and other inputs with media, social media, human minds can be hacked, the society can be hacked. And that's an important aspect that we need to worry about it. It's our role to worry about it. Another thing that's happening is that there are two nations in every nation. One is which has got economic affluence, have access to good education, access to good e-link. Now in India, 50% of the schools do not have a power connection. The remaining 50%, 10% of those may have an internet connection. And only 5% may have a stable internet connection. And of that 5%, 2% may be that they can see some video streaming. So we are now having in India, or having every country has this problem, that we have two countries. Earlier we had Brahmins and the others. Now we have internet Brahmins and others. People who are tech savvy are affluent enough to learn new things, and people who are remote, sitting in villages. And how do we as an academia ensure that this is resolved? I talked about connected and disconnected. the entropy of human mind is being tempered with, in the social fabric. Now, what's happening is that nowadays, you must have seen a reaction for everything comes in a second. We do not have time to contemplate or think on issues, but we react very quickly based on fake news. And I can promise you that 90%, 95% of the news that you get on WhatsApp is fake news, created with a certain dubious intent. There are issues of IPR that comes in, and all this we need to discuss as a part of our duty to society. I like to spend time that, and it was talked about by Dr. Sundar quite elegantly, that WhatsApp University is creating a havoc in the minds of people. With a small message you get, if you look at the confidence level of what you know, and in this curve, which I can't use my pointer for, and if you look at very quickly, you will start realizing you know everything about, and you're on the peak of Mount stupid. Then when you explore it more, you realize that how less you know. And thereafter, you go to way of enlightenment. So everybody on the peak of Mount Stupid reacts to a certain situation without even knowing the overall story and the background of the issue. And I think this is a very serious thing that WhatsApp is doing, and social media is doing to us. And we need to be very careful about it. The second thing that is happening is, important part is that if you look in the past, till very recently, the knowledge of an individual and the knowledge pool of the society was very close by, factor of 2 or 3 or 4. Now the knowledge in the society has increased manifold, and the knowledge of individual can only increase to a certain level. And so, when we make a decision, we have no clue about the new knowledge or the knowledge already existing. And therefore, most of the decisions are made on incomplete data set, incomplete information. And we need to think about how do we make sure that all the decisions that we make for the society, for the future of society, are based on as complete a data set as possible. And this creates a very important area of research which is not being pursued as much as it should be, that how do we ensure the completeness of information for any decision making that we do. It should not be based on partial information. So how do we prepare for a society to cope with such situations? So what do we do? Either we can sit in a room and be in the office, bury our sand in academic sand, and assume all is well out of there. Or be a bit more responsible, bit more ethical, and assume responsibility to deliver the nation a society that is competent and confident, reasonable and rational, ambitious and ethical. And as Marshall said, we now only have a time that we have to move from right to education to right education and right way of education. The whole paradigm of education system has to change now. And this is important for us because until the ecosystem of the country is good, you cannot get excellence. You must have heard the lots of talk now in the Nobel Prizes, why does India get it? And the simple answer is that India does not have the ecosystem to nurture talent. There could be another talk on that, but I think the ecosystem will come when every college, every university is empowered to do science, to be thinking, to talk about science, to discuss about science freely and intensely. How do we do that? One thing that we can do is that you have 100 faculty members attending this meeting. Each one would have had 1,000 students. These 1,000 students, and if they give 10% time, you have 1 million hours you can calculate of time for teaching people. Why should our classrooms be closed from 5 p.m. till 6 o'clock in the morning? Why can't they be used to train people who are not privileged You train them free of cost. You don't need any more infrastructure. You don't need anything else, but you can still train them and be the driver of change. So can academia be socially responsible citizens to be the drivers of change? And this is important because if you look at the time scales of operation of a politician, it's 5 years. He thinks only of 5 years in the next election. A bureaucrat thinks only for 2 years. Only academia, teachers, scientists, professors can think and take a long-term view of a society. And that's where our responsibility comes, that can we create a manpower pool which can think ethically, competently, on a long-term basis and create a framework where in 10, 20, 30 years time, we reach somewhere of sustainability. Now, the purpose of science is to find basic rules that governs everything using logic and evidence. As scientists, we explore the rules of nature and we must follow them. If I don't follow any rule, I cannot be a scientist. And I'll come to it in a minute. Science has provided, as I mentioned, unprecedented security than ever before. We have more food, more water, more energy, more power than ever before. But unhappiness has increased as well. Today, we are most unhappy society than ever before. And this comes from greed for power and to achieve more without diligence and competence through devious and unethical means. People want power without deserving the power. People want to control things without knowing how to control things. They have no vision, but they want. And the only thing is, whatever means is good. I should get power. I think that has to change, and that will only change with education. An important thing that science is able to teach us is that science is a collaborative enterprise, incremental in nature. Today, when we write a paper, we assume G exists, Einstein's relativity theory exists, Ampere's law exists, Darwin theory exists. We don't even question this. We don't cite them at all. If you want to cite them, then you will not be able to write a paper, you will only cite. So we must realize that in the context of what has been known now, whatever we do, howsoever we do, is only a small, tiny fraction advancement. So science, being a collaborative enterprise, makes you humble and hopeful. Hopeful because you have seen in the past that small things eventually were the forebearers of major applications. So makes you both humble and hopeful for the future, that whatever you have done today, hopefully one day somebody else will take you to the next level and be useful to the science and society. So science gives you humility and hope. And therefore, science or education can provide a mental training, a compass to help navigate people and society to be responsible, reasonable, respectful, and hence ethical. Now, coming to ethics, we all do namaste, and that namaste means a formal greeting. But not many would realize that it implies that I respect the spirit in me as well as I respect the spirit in you. And the divinity in me. It's a very profound message when we hold hands and say, wish anybody else. And this was the formal beginning of ethics, that you respect everything around you. An important part to realize it for every society, for every individual, one tries to go after Maslow's triangle. Maslow triangles are comprises of 3 steps. One is the basic needs, which are for survival, that is food, water, warmth, rest, security of all kinds, food, water, security of all kinds. Then it comes to psychological needs, where you need a family, a society, belongingness. It comes. And once these are met, then you start thinking of better things of life. And you start looking at the world more creatively. Now, ideally, everybody should go to the top of the triangle. And it's very rare that you don't even think about it, that how many people we have empowered to go to the top of the triangle. And that's where the problem comes. We have oversupply of people. We have competition for security of all kinds, wanted or not wanted, for technology, for opportunities, for awards, for prestige, and for riches. So I think we should strive that everybody goes up the triangle, but goes up the triangle in a manner which is fair and ethical. Now, the light science of ethics in science is to develop science and scientific enterprise for lasting benefit of all and harm to none. I think it's the most important part of this harm to none. By the fairest possible means through an enabling and inclusive environment. You don't crush anybody, you don't exclude anybody, but you work together in a synergistic manner for creating science, creating products that may future bring comforts and safety for all. That is science. And that requires integrity, progressive thinking, respect to transparency, excellence. I will come to these issues. Now, you must have seen all the atomic structures. And I find this example instructive. If you have an atom, you know that atom can have many energy states, allowed energy states. Similarly, human being is an atom which has got its allowed energy state, and he has a value system that I occupy energy state E1 or E2 or E3. So like an atom, a human being also has a value system where he can only take certain accept certain actions and use not to other actions. When you come to the society, and an atom goes as a component of a solid, then these energy levels diffuse, but you still have the allowed state and the non-allowed state. You have the conduction band, you have valence band, in between you cannot occupy energy state. And that is exactly what happens when you are in a community, you are in a society, that there are many do's and don'ts for your conduct so that they are beneficial to all. And this is ethics. So the atomic theory to a crystal solid, you can have your own value systems, but when you come into the own society, then you have to be governed by a common value system, which is good for greater section of the society. So ethics is knowing the difference between what you have, the right to do, and what is right to do. So what your right to do is your allowed energy state, your moral values, but what you right to do is what is the band theory of solid tells you. Ethics is the respect of objects. Ethics is the same, extend the same behavior to others as you would expect them to extend you. So, is somebody speaking there? Ethics is to recognize others' right and assume your duties and responsibility. We don't have to, ethics is not only that what others should do or what you should, but you should assume your responsibilities as well. Now, I will just take a minute and say how ethical or unethical are we? And not respecting the rights and the needs of others due to either sheer ignorance, incompetence, or brazen authority. We often drive on the wrong side because we don't want to take a longer U-turn to go on the right side. We often jump queues. We talk during the seminar or lecture, and in English dictionary, a new word has been coined recently called fubbing, which is phone and snubbing. And I'm sure many of you are now looking at cell phones because you find the lecture boring or not interesting, and therefore you are fubbing. You arrive late in the meetings, you take the dogs to the walk but will not clean their poo. You bust crackers in weddings but you don't clean the garbage. You don't use the instrument 24/7, still not allow anybody else to use it. You are not very careful and watchful against plagiarism, misreporting data, data manipulation. You see it's happening but you keep quiet. Why should I worry? And very recently, Indo-Pak night, which happened in Ahmedabad yesterday, there was an increased number of hospital admissions because the hotels became very expensive. So people found an innovative way that they took admission in the hospitals for one night for test, and then they had the bed to sleep, and the next morning they went away without getting the test done. They paid the money, but now they paid the money of 2,000 rupees as against 20,000 rupees for the hotel. Now, many of us accept this as a smartness. I call it ethical. And if you indulge in any one of these and many of similar things, you are unethical. And if you are unethical in one thing, you cannot be ethical in other things. I think that's the important part, that you can be ethical, and I'll come to in a minute. You have to be ethical 24/7. If you do anything of this kind, then you are not following the laws, and the science teaches you to follow the laws. Your aim is to follow the laws. Find the laws and follow them in a logical manner. So I think we need to be careful that we have to be ethical 24/7. Now, if you look at nature, the whole debate in science and ethics is what does our effort in nature is to find out what the nature is. And ethics says what our actions ought to be. So the entire debate between science, ethics, and everything is between is a factual statement, the truth statement of the truth, and what ought to be. And I took this slide from a lecture by Professor Muralidhar, and who has taken it from a talk by Dr. Bandhan Goel. Science is objective, scientists may not be. Science is self-correcting, scientists may not be. Science is noble, scientists may not be. Science is inclusive, scientists may not be. Science is impartial and fair, scientists may not be. Science is rational, scientists may not be. Science is a study, scientists are human, and this important part is the human part. That we are human beings, we are going to make errors of various kinds, but can we minimize the chances of these errors through a set of norms or whatever you think of? One of the important aspects of ethics I just mentioned was that either you live ethically 24/7 or you don't. So if you don't live, if you say only 9 to 5, I'm a scientist and I will be ethical, then something wrong, you are a split personality. So either you are a scientist or you are not a scientist. Either you are academician or not, because the critical thinking of questioning, of observation, questioning, hypothesis, experiment, conclusion, results. The evidence-based conclusions are important for you to act as scientist in 24/7 domain. An important part we forget about ethics, the ethics for self. You have a certain role to play for yourself, which we don't. We ignore ourselves. We do not give ourselves time and space for critical introspection, and we don't communicate with ourselves. I think it's a very important part that we take time off everyday basis to reflect on ourselves, on our own priorities, on our family priorities, of course, on our work. What kind of work we are doing? What is the future of that work? What is the implication of that work? How I can take it forward? It's important part. And I must tell you, I remind you that about 5 million papers was mentioned yesterday are published, and only 1% of them are looked at and referred to. So are we looking at work for the sake of doing work, or are we doing a work for the sake of scientific inquiry? Is an ethical question that we need to address on a daily basis. I cannot be doing routine work. I should have certain idea, certain thing, and it will come. Everybody is competent. Only thing is, you even have the time to think about it. And there's a ethics for yourself that's most important. Do we have a vision for the future of our work, or future of our institution, future of our society? We should have that. Because only we have the faculties to think critically, think on a long-term vision. Do we do a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats for ourselves? Once again, how critically we value and the relevance of our work. Can I excite my parents, my mother, my grandmother the kind of work I'm doing in the implication. If I cannot do it, I cannot be doing for science. I think we need to be thinking about it. An important aspect is time because the future appears faster than we can imagine. The time flies, we do always talk about it. And we need to be competing ourselves, thinking about our own self on a daily basis. I think that's an ethical duty of every individual to keep some time for himself and then plan for the future. You have heard about ethics in research. Many talks were given in the last 4, 5 days, 6 days. But the aspect of supervision, publication, assessment, funding and grants, administration, institutional framework, human resource development, recruitment, leadership. Who should be a scientific leader? Who should be the director? What should be his qualities? Gender aspects, outreach, ethics and outreach, misconduct, animal ethics, medical science ethics, space laws, teaching, all kinds of. The whole field is so rich that each one of its topics would be taking a days to talk about. And you are fortunate that you heard many good talks in the last 6 days. But I request you to hear those talks again and again till you internalize some aspect of their message they have been given. And I know I've heard some of them are excellent talks. I like to quote broad spectrum of ethics, which can be in 3 parts: interpersonal ethics, professional ethics, and global ethics. And this is by Larry Colero in Canada. Interpersonal is you and me, professional is in my office, and global is beyond me, beyond my work, beyond true society. Interpersonal ethics should involve concern for well-being of others, respect for autonomy of others. I think it's very important that we respect autonomy. That everybody is a free man and should be allowed to think for himself and take his own decisions. Trustworthiness and honesty is important. Being good to others is important. Being fair to others is important. And you comply with law. Of course, if you have to do with civil disobedience for a certain cause, is a separate thing. But by and large, you should be able to comply with the law. Professional ethics, you should be impartial and objective. You should be open and transparent. You should maintain confidentiality wherever is called for. You should be able to work due diligence, give all the hard work that is needed to deliver on a theme or a work that is given to you. You should be able to take up your professional responsibility with due care, and of course, observe the interpersonal ethics, number 1. If you go to the global scale, you have to look at the reverence of life in all forms, and we do not have, you see the fights going on all over the world, it's not ethical. Every life is important, and I feel sad that every person who dies leaves around 10 dead people who will be sad for their lives because they lost somebody before time. And we should recognize that we are all interconnected, interdependent in society in all possible ways. So what happens to one finger affects the whole body is important for us. We have to learn to keep the society before ourselves, and that is important. We have to think in terms of global laws and global justice. As much we think about our good, we have to think about global justice. And this is a whole subject of its own. Environmental stewardship, we have heard many talks about it, and reverence for all. I think that's most important, that we should have a reverence for all objects, animate and inanimate. I think we do not have that. And I think that's where has brought us to a climate change crisis or many of the crises that's happened. There are teachers in the society, but I just have 2 slides and I'll then soon hand over. That society, unfortunately, teachers are the most neglected part of society today, in India at least. And any society that neglects teachers cannot grow beyond a point. The role of teacher is most important because he is the one who builds the societies and hence the nation by creating future generations, which is logical, rational, and evidence-based thinkers, skills and acumen, match the world, ethical characters and honesty, concern for social and all together, essentially, you mold a young mind into a responsible citizen. The role of teachers is not only to teach equations, but create a wholesome person who is concerned about everything around us. And I think this aspect of teaching we often have ignored, that we are creating a future generation through your teaching. And the amplification factor of a teacher is 1,000 or 10,000 because so many students go through him. So your amplification factor becomes very important. And I only this morning I read a very nice quote in the Indian Express. What a teacher is more important than what he teaches. The teacher has to have a conduct, an ethical conduct, that he leads by example in everything that he does. He is logical, he is rational, he has the skills, he has the ethical character, he is honest, to be able to develop a person who is responsible. Teachers should remember that everyone in class is special. Everybody has some unique quality. And I think that is important part. You cannot have everybody uh, identically treated. And that speciality of one is the most important part that we need to recognize as a teacher. You have to identify this as a mentor. Like, for example, I give two examples. One is of a rabbit. A rabbit was a very good rabbit. But then Michael Phelps in Germany won 5 gold medals in the Olympics in swimming. So the parents thought he will be better off in swimming. So they put tuitions and they asked him to swim. 5 years down the lane, he could not learn to swim because rabbits cannot swim by definition. But but he forgot jumping. So if you, as a teacher, don't help a student identify his core competency and core effectiveness, I think we are missing out something very good. We need to find people, mentor them in a manner that brings the best in a student. You have to convert a manual 15 into a decent ethical persona. And lead by example. Now, the other example is this cartoon on the right that says that if you ask everybody to climb a tree, elephant will never win. And if you ask everybody to swim, nobody can beat the fish. But if everybody is asked to do what he can do the best, everybody can be a winner. So you need to have patience, passion, and practice to convert each child into a unique entity that brings the best in him. As teachers and as students, to your students, you may want to ask a few questions. What is it you want to do with your life? What is our role in society? Is it only to go to the school and teach or college and teach, do some work and come? Or it's beyond that? And I think as thinkers, as academicians, we have a major role to play in society in creating a evidence-based rational society. We need to think that how we will make the world on our own at individual level. How have we contributed to make the world a better place? How many people we have impacted positively? And let's say that your role comes as teachers. How many careers you have built? How many people you have really motivated to do well in their areas of competence? What is one thing you would like to be remembered for? How many people you gave hope and meaning to their life? It may not be your students, it could be outside your school, college, whatever it is. What's the relevance of your work? I've talked about it. And you space and time to yourself. I think that's very important. And finally, it's important to realize that when we come out and we'll try, you'll find these young kids doing all kinds of things, begging to manual labor. And I think we should be careful in thinking about them. Who are born without hope, will live without hope, and go without hope. Can we give through our academic pursuit, through our research, through our training to some of them, some hope for future? It's our social responsibility, it's our ethical responsibility as teachers to create, go beyond our dimensions, beyond ourselves, to be able to convey some hope to some people. And even if you can transform 5, 10, 20 lives, I think world will be a better place. And I think if you inculcate this in your students, it will be more important. And you don't have to go far away. Try to develop areas near your home. There will be many people who are wanting to jump. Give them a hope to jump. And I think if you give them hope, everything else will follow. So I will stop here, reminding you that academia has a social responsibility, and that's your ethical part of your conduct, as much as institutions have it, like St. Xavier's College, or everybody has to have it. And I think we have to work together, develop synergies through mutual respect to create a meaningful outreach, develop meaningful programs, scientific programs of relevance, and that alone will take us forward. I've not touched on all the conventional ethics part because I'm sure they are superior expert than I was to talk, and they have been talked about. So I've given a general perspective, and that is that it's our ethical duty to be able to make an impact in the society as academic, as people who are trained to think critically, people who are trained to evaluate ideas versus evidences, experimentation, and then go back in a feedback loop to improve thinking process. Make the society less passionate, less emotional, more rational. Thank you so much. Hello? Hello?
Sir. Thank you, sir, for the session. Please mute your mic. Thank you, sir, for the session. Next, I would like to invite Ashna ma'am from Department of English. Express gratitude, Dr. Sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Ashna I'm faculty in Christ College, Irnyalakuda from the Department of English Literature. Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of everyone present here, I would like to express our gratitude for such a thought-provoking and beautiful talk. The talk covered both our responsibilities as researchers, wherein sir talked about ethics in science, and then it beautifully transformed into a talk about role of teachers in today's society. So while sir was discussing about Maslow's triangle and the idea of self-actualization, it actually made me think of what we as teachers, or perhaps we as future researchers, are meant to do to actually realize our full potential, or the idea of self-fulfillment. And then one of the most striking things that sir has conveyed in today's talk was about the concept of ethics, on how ethics is not just a one-time thing, it's a 24/7 process, that ethics is not something you're supposed to follow in your research or in science, but also in your personal life. And then when it came to the talk about role of teachers, I think there was a beautiful sentence that he put into his presentation, where he said, we teachers have malleable putty in our hands, where we have to transform it into decent ethical personas. That was such a beautiful thing to say. So thank you so much, sir, for such a thought-provoking talk. On the second day of this lecture series, we had a session on philosophy of science, and yet it was conducted by Professor Sundar Sarukai. That was again a very thought-provoking session, where we were forced to think about a lot of things which we don't really think about on a daily basis. And it is, I think it's very befitting that this entire session ended with yet again a very thought-provoking session, where we talked about science, the role of researchers and teachers. Once again, I thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashna ma'am, and thank you so much, sir. So now next we are moving to the valedictory function of a 7-day National Faculty Development Program. Sir, if you wish, you could stay back in the call, or else you can leave. Like we are moving to the valedictory function.
No, I'll stay back.
Okay, sir. So valedictory function will start shortly. So once again, good evening, everyone. Now we are moving on to the valedictory function of 7-day National Faculty Development Program. So before starting the function, I would like to invite Dr. Xavier Joseph sir and Dr. Robin sir to the dais. Also, Anne Mary ma'am and Dr. Linto sir to the dais. We are gathered here for the two significant events. Firstly, the culmination of a fruitful 7-day National Faculty Development Program organized by the Teaching Learning Center of Christ College Irinjalakuda, Kerala State Higher Education Council Thiruvananthapuram, and the Directorate of Research, University of Calicut. And second, the inauguration of the Christ College Research Forum. Both of these endeavors signify a commitment to academic excellence and pursuit of knowledge. So, without further ado, we shall start the event. I warmly welcome Ms. Anne-Marie Cherian, Secretary, Teaching Learning Center, Christ College Irinjalakuda, to welcome the gathering.
Good afternoon, one and all. Respected Principal of Christ College, Reverend Father Jolie Andrews. Respected Vice Principal, Dr. Xavier Joseph. Respected Deans, Ashok. Our eminent dedicated research scholars of Christ College, a warm welcome, valedictory faculty. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our beloved Father's firm support have not only but have also us to strive for. Next, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our Vice Principal. It's a pleasure to I'm honored to extend a warm welcome to Professor Ashok Kumar Singhvi, who is distinguished scientist and esteemed academician. His presence adds immense value to our gathering. Welcome, sir. Dr. Linto Alapad, the Dean of Research, Development and convener of this FDP, has been the backbone of this program. His tireless efforts, meticulous planning, and passion for advancing research and learning has contributed significantly to the success of this program. A warm welcome, sir, to this valedictory. It's my distinct pleasure to extend a warm welcome to Dean of Academic Affairs, Dr. Robinson. We are honored to have you among us, and we are looking forward to the insights and encouragement you will undoubtedly share. I extend a hearty welcome to you. A heartfelt welcome to all the faculty members of Christ College. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to the dedicated research scholars of Christ College. Your encouragement and commitment have been the driving force behind the success of this program. I extend a warm welcome to each one of you to this valedictory session. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to all the participants. We deeply appreciate your active involvement and participation in this 7-day faculty development program. In this valedictory function, we also mark a significant milestone, the inauguration of Research Forum of Christ College. This forum is a testament to our commitment to foster a culture of research and innovation. It will be a space where ideas will be cultivated and collaborative ventures will be flourished. I encourage all the research scholars to actively participate and contribute to the vibrant tapestry of research that we are weaving. Thank you all for being an integral part of this enriching journey of 7-day faculty development program. Once again, I welcome you all, each and every one, to this valedictory session. I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We are deeply honored to have Dr. Xavier Joseph, sir, Vice Principal of Christ College, Irinjalakuda. So next I would like to invite sir for the presidential address and also for the inauguration of Christ College Research Forum.
Good afternoon, one and all. Respected Professor Ashok Kumar, Dean of Academics, Dr. Robinson Ponmanicheri, Dean of Research, Professor Linto Alapat, Anne Mary, and my dear participants. Actually, Principal Father Dr. Jolie Andrews was supposed to be here for inaugurating this, but he had an urgent meeting and he left for that meeting as the ministry is coming, and that's why I am here. So I happened to end up here, and actually I'm very happy to be here because let me first of all congratulate all of you for completing this 1 week FTP program on research and publication ethics. Many of the faces are familiar to me, but I don't know how many of the participants are from outside Christ College. So anyway, it is a great opportunity. I'm sure that it is a great opportunity for all of you to have an idea about or to know about the different ethics that is to be followed in the research. So as a layman, see, when you are speaking about the ethics, the first thing that comes into our mind is the plagiarism, isn't it? But you know that, or we know that there are more things beyond that. The ethics, right from the selection of the research topic, the collection of the data, to the publication level and the citation level or reference, whatever it is, we need to follow some ethics in the research process. So this is what we have learned in the 1 week program here, and I am sure that now we have become more responsible and accountable researchers for the society. To the accountability, there must be a certain amount of accountability whatever things we are doing, and especially in the case of research, because we are contributing towards the knowledge of the community or towards the future. So I congratulate all of you once again, and there is one more event that is also going on here. That is the inauguration of the Christ College Research Forum, and there is a particular name, and that is called the Scholars Connect, isn't it? So we are now inaugurating the Christ College Research Forum here, and I congratulate Dr. Lindo Alapat. I assume that he is taking the charge and responsibilities and all the initiatives for taking or for starting such a research forum. I assume that this is for discussing the different research aspects, or maybe it is about the discussion on a greater extent or on a global aspect. And also maybe there is an interaction between the research scholars from different departments also. The multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary research may also be conducted, and if you are having such a forum, and I don't know what are the specific agenda of the forum. Anyway, I congratulate Dr. Lindo Alapat and the researchers here at Christ College and all the members of the staff who are behind this particular program. So let me declare that the Christ College Research Forum is inaugurated here, and I wish all the very best to all the members of the research forum and all the teachers, and also for the research dean, that is Lindo Alapat, and all other faculty members who are behind this. So Thank you, and once again, I congratulate all of you for completing successfully this 1 week program. Thanking you once again. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We have Dr. Robinson PP, Dean of Academic Affairs, Christ College, Irinalakuda, with us. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Robin sir, who have taken time from his busy schedules to be here with us today. I welcome sir for the felicitation.
Thank you. Respected Chief Guest of the Day, Professor Ashok Kumar Singhvi, Vice Principal of the College, Dr. Xavier Joseph, FDP Convener and Dean of Research, Dr. Lintu Alapat, and my dear participants of this faculty development program. So it is the 4th FDP conducted by the Teaching Learning Center, starting from its inception in the year of 2020, when it was the Corona time, the pandemic time. We were introduced to many new concepts during that FDP. From that time onwards, I have seen that Teaching Learning Center has been imparting quality to the teachers and also the students also. And this time, this FDP on research and publication ethics has included the research scholars also into the wingspan, and that is a very good idea, because as we know, today's research scholars will be the tomorrow's faculties, and it is at that juncture that this FDP or the program for the research scholars becomes very important. And as we know, the Teaching Learning Center has given so much importance to this workshop, and here they have designed this workshop with very minute details, and also they have conducted this with a surgical precision. The present FDP has spinned off a new venture also, and that is the Christ College Research Forum, which is going to be another significant milestone in the history of the Christ College. Last year during the NAC visit, actually one of our dream was to conduct a course on research ethics for the PG students. I think this will be a new start by the Christ College Research Forum. If you can extend your service to our postgraduate students, since you are research scholars, it may be easy for you to guide those students to write the research and to write some of the ethical concerns and also the plagiarism of the PG projects. Maybe you can be a great help for them. So I wish every success to the Teaching Learning Center, every success to the newly formed Christ College Research Forum, and also all the participants in this FDP. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. N. Meenakshi Sundaram sir, our resource person, he was with us for the past few days. So I would like to take a moment to express our gratitude towards sir. I invite Dr. N. Meenakshi Sundaram sir to receive the memento as a token of our gratitude and love. And I invite Dr. Xavier Joseph sir, Vice Principal of Christ College, Irinalakuda, to hand over the memento to Meenakshi sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, we are Meenakshi sir, we are to hear the feedback from you.
Surpriser being surprised. Oh, that was the hint. Oh, I didn't realize. Overall, first and foremost, I take this opportunity to thank the Christ College management, as well as Dr. P. Murtakai, who was instrumental in introducing me to Dr. Linto. We have become more than friends, and he also gave me, I wanted to tell you a few things, which I didn't tell you at all. He gave me, whatever I wanted to express, I could express to him. I told him even right from invitation, this could be like this could be that. He was not annoyed. I was very happy for that. And as well as I also thank, instead of giving feedback, I have to thank the resource persons. He wanted it to be offline, and as I mentioned to you people, another 10 days time we have NAC 4th cycle visit. I was not sure, probably I may not be able to meet you people in person, but somehow I managed to, management was kind enough, my colleagues, they helped me. That's why I'm here with you people. And now more than anything, I'm very happy that I could interact with many of the interactive participants. I never felt like I'm being monotonous or a one-man person, like only I am delivering, you are listening. It was never the case. I'm very happy for that. And I thank Dr. Ramesh Kumar, who spoke with you on AI chatbot, and Ms. Kargi Rastogi, who spoke with you yesterday on IPR, copyright, and patent protection, as well as Gayatri, who is here with you. And overall, I had a very good hospitality, Linto. Right from picking up till the end, every now and then, I think Shilpa also, I kept disturbing Vishnu, Ashwati. So I was not worried about, I didn't feel like I'm in a different college, as though I'm being part of this college. I troubled them and they helped me every now and then. And overall, I wish you all very success. All the presentations are with you. Make use of them. And wherever you have any technical queries, questions, my number is with Linto. You can have it. Email is there. As and when time permits, I will respond to you. Okay? If I don't know the answer, I will tell you where you can find the answer. I will not give you the direct answer. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Dr. V. Gayatri ma'am to receive the memento as a token of love and gratitude. And I invite Dr. Xavier sir to hand over the memento. Gayatri ma'am, I would like to hear from you. Session.
I would like to thank the organizing committee, Christ College, sir, inviting me to be a part of this. It was a training, kind of training for me, because this is the first time I'm a talk as a, and I had a very good audience. I was very comfortable, very supportive audience. I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, chances with the participants. So we would like to hear a feedback from any of you about the whole program. One.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais and dear participants, I am Sini PM, Assistant Professor in History, Sri C. Achutamenon Government College, Kuttanellur, Thrissur, and I am a part-time research scholar in the Department of History, Christ College, Iringalkuda. This national FDP program of 7 days is of immensely helpful, and I thank everybody, especially its organizers and Sri Vidya ma'am, who invited me or who informed me about this program, and above all, I thank our principal, because admissions are going on, and there was a tight schedule at college, and though I longed to participate in this program, I am not sure to get a sanction from college, because it was in the midnight of one Saturday that I could get a message from Srividya ma'am, and I couldn't contact I couldn't contact our principal, and late night he promised me to relieve from college. So above all, I thank everyone once more.
Thank you, ma'am. We would like to hear from one more person also. Have any suggestions or anything? One? Do you have any suggestions to improve from our side so that once we conduct this program again, we can? I think we can. So now, next we are distributing the certificate participants. I invite Dr. Xavier sir to hand over the certificates for the participants. Participants, please come forward as call your name. Aslam PS, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Christ College, Irinjalakuda. Rosemol Danya, Assistant Professor from Department of Social Work, Christ College, Irinjalakuda. Khatija Farhan, Research Scholar. Shruti Krishnavi, Research Scholar from the Department of Commerce. Ayappada CS, Assistant Professor from Department of Vocational Studies, St. Aloysius College, Elthuruthu. Kirtana VS, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Christ College, Irinjalakuda. Smitty P. Isidore, Assistant Professor. Sini PM, Assistant Professor, Department of History. Javio Josem, Assistant Professor, BPET, Christ College, Irinjalakuda. Duno Maria, Research Scholar, Department of Zoology, Christ College, Irinjalakuda. Hilda VS, Research Scholar, Department of Chemistry, Christ College, Irinjalakuda. Nashita AT, Research Scholar from the Department of History. Aparna V. Nath, Research Scholar, Department of History from Sri Achyutamenon Government College. Arya ND, PhD Scholar from the Department of Commerce. Akhil Thomas, Assistant Professor, BPET, Christ College, Irinjalakuda. Anushree K, Research Scholar, Department of History. Archana M, Research Scholar from Geology and Environmental Science Department. Harita DS, Research Scholar from the Department of Geology and Environmental Science. Anu Ashokan, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Christ College, Irinjalakuda. Adarsh PK, Research Scholar, Department of Zoology. Ashwati PV, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics. Ramya K, Research Scholar, Department of Chemistry. Father CJ Jinsen, Research Scholar, Department of History. Nasrat A, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science. Sankita TA, Research Scholar, Department of History. Nasira KM, Simi Babu Tattal, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce. Regida AG, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, St. Aloysius College. Ashna K. Ashok, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Christ College, Irinjalakuda. Ravina Vijayan, Department of Commerce. Saumya Stephen, Assistant Professor, St. Joseph College, Irinjalakuda. Seena Chako, Research Scholar from the Department of Chemistry. Ajina VS, Sajina K, Danya AN, Maya KS, Vibin Verghese, Assistant Professor. Saumya PS, Assistant Professor from Department of Computer Science. Shahnaz Yu, Research Scholar from the Sajo Jose, Assistant Professor, Department of English, St. Joseph College, Irinjalakuda. Sanjo Jose, Librarian, Library and Informatics Studies. Father Sindo AO. there anybody yet to receive other than these people? Jocelyn Teresa Jacob, research scholar from Department of Zoology. Thank you, sir. For those people who haven't received the certificate yet, we have the certificates with us. Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, CV, sir. So finally, as we conclude this valedictory function, I welcome Dr. Linto Alapat, sir, Dean of Research, Development and Teaching Learning Center, Christ College, Inyalakuda, who will extend the vote of thanks.
Very good evening to one and all. Good evening. So I hope that you all rejuvenated with new spirit of doing research in a renewed sense, that you have learned so many things probably. At least one tool that if you have learned, I'm sure that this program was successful, because that would make a lot of difference in the way that you see research. So respected dignitaries, our Vice Principal, Dr. Xavier Joseph, our principal will be joining with us shortly. Actually, he was really keen to join for this valedictory session, but there was a meeting that happened with the Chief Minister and the Minister of Education that is going on in Irinjalakuda, that he had to attend for that. So that's why he is not here now. So I'm sure that all this while you would have had a very engaging sessions, because all the speakers, all the resource person rather, they have made sure that you would enjoy, you would interact in every session that I've seen when Professor Meenakshi Sundaram was discussing. So he could break the ice effectively. So before going to my duty of expressing the gratitude to all the participants, I must say a few words about the sessions that has been handled by each resource person. And from day one, I'm sure that you found it useful. That's what I was going through the feedback. There were two questions repeatedly being asked to you, like how satisfied are you with the sessions, and how relevant and helpful do you think the sessions for you today? So these two questions, maybe I'm sure that at least we had 89 participants attending the course through offline or online or hybrid mode, and I've seen that we got the mark consistently, that was always between 97 to 88 percentage that you have rated that it was very useful or it was good like that. So I found that all the participants, I was just looking at the feedback and I saw that it is between 88 to 97 percentage that your feedback that said that you are satisfied and that you think that the session was useful and relevant to you. So I think that makes all the difference, because once you, after attending all the sessions, that you find it was relevant and useful, that makes us really feeling good. So the first session was handled by Dr. Alina Sebastian from National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bangalore, and Professor Meenakshi Sundaram, then Professor Sundar Sarukai from Barefoot Philosophers, Professor Meenakshi Sundaram, as I said, from Vivekananda College, Madurai, and Dr. Subhashree Nag, who is a senior business consultant of Clarivate. Then Dr. Ramesh Kumar, who was an artificial intelligence chatbot trainer from Geetham University, Visakhapatnam, and Ms. Gagi Rastogi, who was IP lead, who interacted with you yesterday on the last day, and Dr. V. Gayatri, who has interacted with you in the morning. And I'm sure that you have found all these sessions were quite useful, as it said by the feedback. So I want to thank you all, my dear resource persons, that you have promptly responded to all the requirements of the participants who what they wanted to learn and how they want to go with it. You have understood the pace of the participants that says that it was found useful. So thank you all, dear resource persons. Both of you are here, the rest of them that we will be conveying the gratitude to them through online. Thank you. Now, I wanted to thank all the participants next, because that is truly remarkable support that you gave. When such a workshop was planned initially, it was planned with Central University of Kerala. Then all of a sudden there was a change in the PMMNT mission, that was changed to Malawiya mission, and they informed us that we can't conduct the course in association with Christ College at this juncture, but if you could postpone it little forward, then we may consider. But since we had already planned all the sessions on the resource persons were already, we didn't want to change, and it was only 12-15 days we had in hand to get the participants. And initially I was along with all the organizing team, were really nervous that we were not getting sufficient registration. Then all of a sudden everybody suddenly turned out, and it became about 90 numbers who registered for this program. So two things that we understood from this point is that first thing is that there is a lack of opportunity for the researchers to understand this problem. There is a necessity for this training. That shows that within this short duration you have kept everything aside and turned in for this. So I really want to thank you all, and it was really nice that you had made a very nice participation and active participation. So thank you all, dear participants, for coming here. Now it is my duty to thank all the mandatory team of the FDP. We have Father Manager of Christ College, Joy Petty, who was permanently supporting us whenever we need any such activity to be conducted. He was always supportive and understanding that he was there for the inaugural function. I thank him in his absence. And Father Principal Jolly Andrews, and actually when we mentioned about such a program, he said it is the most important activity that Christ College should take up, because this is one of the area we are still lagging behind. And Father Principal understood it very well, and he said that whatever it costs to conduct such a program, we will support. And the whole program was initially funded by the management. And as you see that organizing a program in an offline mode, by bringing all the resource persons from outside the state, it's quite expensive. And he has right away told me that you go ahead, then we will do everything possible. So I really want to thank you, and I'm sure that his farsight vision and the plan that has worked out very well for undertaking this course as well. So thank you, Father Principal Jolly Andrews, in his absence. I wanted to thank our Vice Principal, Dr. Xavier Joseph, who is here with us, as he said rightly, he was the last replacement, last minute replacement in the function. But there is no such system here in Christ College, because all the office bearers are all the time ready to come forward whenever there is a necessity or requirement. So it was last minute. The father had to go for attending the meeting, as I said, and he had just informed Xavier sir that there is this program. You please come forward and preside over the function. And he graciously and happily accepted it and came here and gave a very nice message. So thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and coming over here. I also wanted to thank Professor Shiba Varghese, who is also one of the vice principal, who was here for the first day in the inaugural session, who gave the felicitation. Thank you, Professor Shiba Varghese, in her absence. I also want to thank our deans, Dr. KJ Varghese, who was there with us in the first day, and Dr. Anil Kumar, who was also there, and Dr. Robinson PP, who gave a nice felicitation for this meeting, and his vision or desire to promote research at Christ College also was reflected in his words. So I thank all the three deans of our college in their absence. Thank you. I also want to thank our IQAC coordinator, Dr. Shindo KG, who is here with us. The whole inaugural valedictory session was attended by him. And whenever we plan to conduct any matters of improvement of the quality of research and academics of the college, he is always there in giving constant guidance and support. So thank you, Shindo sir, for being with us today and for all your support. I also want to thank Father Vincent NS, who is the bursar of our college. As I said, everything, money matters. And whenever I say that we need this much money, then he was happily giving all the support and also extending the guest house and all the facilities. So thank you, Father Vincent NS, the bursar of college, in his absence. I also wanted to thank our organizing committee members, the faculty of Christ College, Dr. Joshina Jose, Dr. Subin K. Jose, Dr. Dijo Damian, Dr. Bijoy C., Dr. Ajit R., and Dr. Sina V., and Dr. Srividya V. I mean, one of the participants, Ms. Sini, had already mentioned that it was Dr. Srividya who introduced her to this course. So all of them have pitched in right time with right pace, and I'm really thankful for their constant support. So thank you, dear organizing committee members, for coming forward with us. And also, when it comes to today's program, the valedictory session was handled by the invited talk by Professor Ashok Kumar Singhvi, with whom I share a very good mentor relation, who was my mentor during postdoctoral work. And I had just requested him to give a valedictory message last 2 days ago, and he has accepted very happily, and he said, I want to go through all the recordings, and I would accordingly, I fill the gap and give my session. So he actually sat down and listened to all the resource persons, and I even remember that he put a CC to an email to me for the session that he attended with Professor Sarukai. He found it extremely useful, and he said that such activities should be continued. So that gives that the quality of the resource persons that we had with us today, and he vouched for the same, and he sat and found time to listen to all this, and then after that only he framed his presentation for today. So thank you, Professor Ashok Kumar Singhvi, who was former Vice President of Indian National Science Academy, and lot many other positions that he has decorated. So thank you for your insights. Now coming back to our college team, the computational team of our college, they have made sure that the LMS will be run smoothly, and I'm sure that you had many questions, and Miss Vandana TV is a non-name for all of you. She was always there whenever there is an issue concerning the LMS, and updating the materials promptly, and probably you will see all the evaluation part also done by them. So thank you, Miss Vandana and Lindo George, who was also there in arranging the lab today. So thank you, both of them. I also wanted to thank our Teaching Learning Center Secretary, Miss Anne-Marie, who was looking after all the certificate related things. I'm sure that your duty certificates and the certificates that you have received today, they are all promptly arranged by her. And thank you, Anne-Marie Miss, for your constant support and continuous work in this regard. I also wanted to thank my colleague and one of the organizing team member, Ms. Shaima MM, who was also behind arranging the certificates and looking after the timely arrangement of the sessions. And our research scholars, actually one of the best outcome of this workshop would be bringing a collective of research scholars of Christ College. And I think they themselves didn't know what is the strength that they could impart to the regular working of our college. And many of them, they have pitched in at right time, at right pace. As I said, I want to thank them all from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of all the organizing team, Ms. Shilpa, Vishnu Das, then Ayyappa Das, Janet Davis, Shruti Krishna Viji, then Ashwati M. Das, and many others. So all of them, so they were in timely help. So thank you all dear research scholars, and I'm sure that you would come forward in taking the research. Common man. So that is what we are planning. So one of the main aim of this Scholars Connect is to take you, to make you lead in communicating science to the common public. And other activities are also there to help you how to write a manuscript, how to effectively communicate with other peers from multidisciplinary team, and so on. So a lot of things are in plan, and I'm sure that you would come forward and make these things materialized. So thank you once again, all dear research scholars. Then our technical staff, it should be mentioned, because once we decided that this will go in hybrid, it was easy for me to tell that let's go hybrid. But there is a meticulous work and planning and arrangement that should go behind the screen. Normally it often go unnoticed, and I'm really thankful that it was all going very smooth without a glitch. Every day it was going like YouTube live, and it was all through LMS, ready to be viewed by all the participants who wish to do it online. So my sincere gratitude goes to Prajesh, Hari, Jixon, Jijo, Anas, then Vaishak and Abhijit, who has come forward in helping us. And also thanks to Tino, the assistant of our principal, who was there to give, whenever you asked for any letters, they were managing it very well. So I believe I haven't missed anyone, but this sense of gratitude should be expressed. That's why I was being quite vocal in giving the names as much as possible, because everybody wants to get appreciated when they have done a work. And I'm sure that you as a participant attended this, and that should be also noticed. So once again, thank you everyone for bringing forward and helping us to conduct this program successfully. Thank you.